Welcome to Cello. At readcello.com, you create personalized novels based on your input. You can also find a library of ebooks and audiobooks, just like this one. This free audiobook of The Garden of Hidden Notes is brought to you by readcello.com. Enjoy the book. The Garden of Hidden Notes has been written and narrated by the amazing team at readcello.com. Dedication. This book is dedicated to the realist dreamer. The realist dreamer lives in the in-between space, where reality meets wonder, where the ordinary is laced with magic. They love stories that feel grounded yet extraordinary, where characters navigate familiar struggles, but in a world just a little more vibrant, a little more mysterious than our own. They crave subtle fantasy, quiet magic, and emotionally rich storytelling. They don't need sprawling epics or high-stakes battles. Instead, they seek meaning in the small moments, the ones that reveal the magic hidden in everyday life. For them, a great story isn't just about escapism. It's about seeing the world through a different lens. The Garden of Hidden Notes. Chapter 1. The Heart of the Bookshop. Mia steps through the door of the bookshop, the familiar creak of the hinges greeting her like an old friend. The morning light filters through the windows, casting golden patterns on the wooden floor, and she breathes in the comforting scent of aged paper and dust. With a smile tugging at her lips, she glances around, taking in the neatly arranged shelves filled with books of every size and color. Each spine represents stories waiting to be uncovered, secrets resting within their pages. She turns to the counter, where a stack of new arrivals awaits her attention. As she unpacks the boxes, her fingers brush against the covers, igniting excitement within her. Today, she will give each book a place, ensuring that it finds its home on the shelf, a part of the shop's story. With each title she places, she imagines the readers who will one day pick them up, lost in the worlds they contain. The thought brings a soft warmth to her heart, and she feels a sense of purpose swell inside. This is her domain, her sanctuary, and every little task adds to the magic of the shop. Though she knows the routine well, she cannot help but hope for something new, a discovery, an adventure in the mysteries of the bookshop and beyond. She opens a copy of an old tome, the cover worn, revealing intricate patterns etched into the leather. It feels like a portal, beckoning her to explore what lies within, and her heart races at the possibilities. All is as it should be, and yet a hint of anticipation lingers in the air, whispering that the day holds more than just the usual tasks. As Mia tidies the bookshelves, a soft rustling sound captures her attention. She pauses, glancing up. The attic door, slightly ajar, appears to beckon her. Curiosity flares within her, compelling her to investigate. She wipes her hands on her apron and makes her way toward the stairs that lead up to the attic. With each step, the wooden floor creaks beneath her feet, echoing the anticipation building in her chest. Reaching the top, she pushes the door open, the hinges squeaking in protest. Dust motes dance in the shafts of sunlight streaming through a small window, illuminating a world forgotten. The attic is filled with boxes, old trunks, and remnants of the past, each holding a story in the layers of dust that blanket them. Mia scans the room, her heart racing with excitement. She steps inside, squinting against the brightly lit space, feeling like an adventurer in an undiscovered land. As she moves closer to an old trunk, the air feels heavy with possibilities. Her fingers brush against the weathered wood. She hesitates, breath held, pondering the secrets it might hold. Here, hidden away from the world, is where the real magic might lie. Mia's heart races as she unfastens the latch on the trunk, bracing herself for what lies inside. The lid creaks open, revealing an assortment of old books, scrolls, and yellowed papers. A feeling of reverence washes over her, as if she stumbled upon a treasure trove of hidden knowledge. She carefully lifts a faded manuscript, its fragile pages delicate beneath her fingers. The title, embossed in gold, is nearly illegible, but the thrill of discovery sends a shiver down her spine. Each item in the trunk seems to whisper secrets of the past, urging her to explore further. As she extracts various scrolls, she hears a familiar voice call from below. It's Mrs. Green, her most loyal customer, asking if Mia needs any help. The momentary distraction pulls Mia back to the present. With a sigh, she carefully sets the items back in the trunk, covering them gently. She promises herself to return soon, determined to delve deeper into the hidden history encapsulated within these pages. "Just a moment, Mrs. Green," she calls out, feeling a mix of excitement and reluctance as she prepares to descend the attic stairs. The trunk remains a tantalizing mystery for now, but the connection to her work and the community beckons her back to the shop floor. Mia carefully makes her way down the creaky stairs, her mind still dancing with the possibilities of what she had just uncovered. Stepping back into the bookshop, she wipes her hands on her apron, shaking off the remnants of dust from the attic behind her. As she reaches the bottom, Mrs. Green looks up from perusing a shelf, her face alight with curiosity. "Found anything interesting up there?" she asks, a smile forming on her lips. Mia hesitates, the excitement of discovery clashing with the mundane nature of her duties. "Just some old manuscripts and books," she replies, keeping the treasures to herself for now. Mrs. Green narrows her eyes playfully. "You know, dear, those old things could hold some magic of their own," she says with a wink. The comment lingers in Mia's mind as she moves to assist a customer nearby, secretly vowing to return to the trunk later. Yet, the choice to keep the attic's secrets feels heavy on her shoulders, as if she is balancing something precious between her work and the hidden history that calls to her. As the day progresses, Mia finds herself still distracted by thoughts of the attic and the trunk she had left behind. The customers come and go, but her focus drifts, her hands moving on autopilot as she arranges books on the shelves. Every now and then, she glances towards the attic door, a sense of urgency gnawing at her. The allure of the hidden knowledge feels like a whisper in the back of her mind, growing louder with each passing moment. During a quiet lull, she hears the soft rattle of the door as a gust of wind circulates through the store, stirring the papers on her desk. Mia closes her eyes briefly, taking a deep breath to ground herself. The world around her fades, and she can almost hear the stories from the trunk calling out, promising adventure and discovery. She shakes her head, focusing back on her surroundings. The shop needs her, and yet the weight of the attic's mystery tugs at her heart. "I'll return," she vows silently to herself, feeling a mixture of excitement and determination as she resolves to delve deeper into the secrets of her past after closing. The day winds down, and the last customers head out, leaving the shop in a tranquil silence. Mia locks the door behind the final patron, the soft click echoing in the empty space. As she tidies up the counter, her heart beats faster at the thought of returning to the attic. The trunk's contents dance in her mind, igniting her curiosity anew. With the shop closed, she heads to the back, her footsteps echoing softly against the wooden floor. She pauses at the attic door, feeling a rush of anticipation. With a deep breath, she opens it, stepping into the dim light filled with dust motes and unspoken stories. The whisper of the manuscripts calls to her, urging her to uncover the magic that lingers within the forgotten pages. Chapter 2, A Flicker of Magic. Mia stands in the attic, surrounded by the musty smell of old paper and worn leather. With trembling hands, she pulls a stack of fragile scrolls from the trunk, careful not to damage them. Each scroll feels like a key to a world long forgotten, sparking her imagination with the promise of hidden knowledge. As she unrolls one, the faded ink reveals intricate illustrations and notes, a glimpse into the lives of her ancestors and the magic they embraced. Her heart races with excitement and a touch of apprehension as she realizes the potential implications of this discovery. Suddenly, the attic door creaks open, and she looks up to find Clara standing there, her expression a mix of curiosity and excitement. "What did you find?" Clara asks, stepping into the dim light. Mia gestures to the scrolls, and as Clara approaches, the atmosphere thrums with the thrill of possibility, igniting their shared passion for uncovering the past. Mia hands Clara one of the scrolls, her fingers lingering on the delicate surface. "Look at these illustrations," she whispers, excitement bubbling in her voice as Clara's eyes widen with wonder. Clara leans closer, her gaze tracing the elaborate designs, each detail telling a story of its own. "This is incredible. It looks like it could be a map or instructions," she muses, her mind racing with possibilities. Mia nods, urging Clara to read the faded script. "We need to decode it. It could lead us to more artifacts or insights about our families," she insists, the thrill of potential adventure sparking between them. As Clara begins to analyze the text, Mia shifts her focus to the other scrolls, unrolling them one by one. Each revelation ignites her curiosity, weaving together threads of history that had long been obscured. "I wonder how they manage this magic," Clara remarks, glancing at Mia, her voice filled with awe. Mia feels a surge of determination. She knows that together, they can uncover the truths of their past and embrace the legacy waiting to be revealed. Clara focuses intently on the scroll, her brow furrowing as she reads aloud fragments of the text. "There's something about hidden locations and a gathering. It talks about a ritual, something to do with protecting the magic of the town," she says, her excitement palpable with each word. Mia leans in closer, her heart racing as the pieces of the puzzle start to form. "A gathering? What if it's referring to a specific event?" "We need to see if anyone in town might know about this ritual," she replies, her mind racing with possibilities. Suddenly, Clara pauses, looking up with a hint of doubt in her eyes. "But what if it's dangerous? What if there are reasons it was buried in the first place?" Mia senses the hesitation, the underlying fear of uncovering something that might upend their lives. "I don't know for sure, but we won't know unless we dig deeper. This is too important to ignore," she insists, channeling her resolve to reassure Clara. As they continue to examine the scroll, Mia feels a shift in the air. She recognizes that pursuing this knowledge could lead to risks, but the pull of discovery calls to her. "Together, we can figure this out. We just have to be cautious," she adds, aiming to ease Clara's concerns while igniting the spark of adventure that awaits them. Mia and Clara work together, poring over the scrolls, underlining key phrases and jotting down notes. The room fills with the sound of rustling paper and the soft scratching of pens against parchment, a rhythm of focused intensity. "There's another reference here," Clara points out, her finger tracing a line of text. "It mentions a protector's mark. Do you think that's related to the artifacts we found?" Mia's mind races as she recalls the carvings on the artifacts. "It must be. We need to find out what that mark means. If it connects to these rituals, it could unlock more information about the town's magic," she responds, excitement bubbling at the potential of their findings. Just then, the attic door creaks open and Oliver pokes his head in. "What are you two up to in here? Looks serious," he comments, curiosity dancing in his eyes. Mia glances up, a sense of urgency filling her. "We're uncovering some historical information that could be crucial for our mission. There are rituals and protective markings connected to the town's magic," she explains, wanting to draw him into their discovery. Oliver's interest peaks, but he raises an eyebrow, caution creeping into his voice. "Just be careful, okay? Digging into old magic can be risky," he warns, echoing the same fears Clara had expressed earlier. Mia meets his gaze, determined and resolute. "We understand the risks, but this knowledge is important. We can handle it," she reassures him, her confidence growing with each passing moment. Setting aside their doubts, she gestures for Oliver to join them, inviting him into the process of uncovering their town's unique legacy. The moment solidifies their bond as allies, united by a shared goal. As they delve deeper into the scrolls, Mia feels a surge of determination coursing through her veins. She gathers her notes and looks around at Clara and Oliver, both engaged in discussions about what their findings could mean for the artifacts and the town. The sense of camaraderie emboldens her. It feels like they are standing on the brink of uncovering something monumental together. Mia addresses them both, her voice steady. "I think we should meet with some of the older residents in town. They might have stories or memories that align with what we found here." Clara nods enthusiastically. "That's a great idea. They might know more about these rituals and markings. It could give us crucial context." Oliver leans against the wall, arms crossed, but a thoughtful expression crosses his face. "Just make sure to approach them respectfully. Some might be wary of outsiders digging into old magic." He cautions, a hint of protectiveness in his tone. Mia appreciates his concern, feeling the weight of responsibility for their mission. "I'll be careful. I think if we frame it as preserving the town's history, they might be more open to sharing," she suggests, reflecting her commitment to the community. With a plan forming, Mia's excitement begins to overshadow her earlier doubts. She feels more equipped than ever to take on this challenge. knowing they are united in their goal of uncovering the truth about their lineage. With their plan in place, Mia feels a swell of excitement mixed with nerves. The next day, she and Clara set off to visit the town's elder, Mrs. Thompson, known for her vast knowledge of local legends and history. As they walk through the quaint streets, the sun filters through the trees, and Mia takes in the familiar sights, her heart beating with anticipation. Clara chats about their findings, and Mia listens intently, feeling grateful for her allies' enthusiasm as it reinforces her own determination. When they arrive at Mrs. Thompson's home, they find the porch lined with vibrant flowers, an inviting testament to the warmth of the elderly woman within. Mia knocks gently, and they are greeted with a kind smile as Mrs. Thompson opens the door wide. "Oh, my dears, what brings you here today?" she asks, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. Mia steps forward, remembering her commitment to approach the conversation with respect. "We've been uncovering some fascinating history about the town and would love to hear your insights," she replies, sincerity threading through her words. Mrs. Thompson's smile widens, an invitation for them to enter, as Mia feels the gravity of their quest settle in her heart. The journey to reconnect with the past is just beginning. Chapter 3, Secrets in the Pages. Inside Mrs. Thompson's cozy living room, sunlight pours through lace curtains, illuminating shelves lined with knickknacks and books filled with local history. Mia and Clara settle into plush chairs, feeling the warmth of the space embrace them. Mrs. Thompson offers them tea, her hands steady as she pours from an antique teapot, the familiar scent of chamomile wafting through the air. As they sip from delicate cups, Mia clears her throat, ready to dive into their purpose. "We've been discovering more about the town's history, particularly involving rituals and artifacts," she begins, her voice steady but filled with excitement. Mrs. Thompson's expression shifts, curiosity deepening as she encourages Mia to continue. "Ah, the old tales have a way of revealing their truths over time. What have you found?" Mia exchanges a glance with Clara, then lays out the scrolls, unrolling one carefully. "We believe this may connect to our families and the history of magic in our town," she explains, feeling a surge of determination. Mrs. Thompson leans forward, intrigued. "The past holds many secrets, dear. It's wise of you to seek knowledge before jumping into the unknown." Mrs. Thompson takes the scroll carefully, her fingers dancing over the faded ink as she examines the intricate illustrations. "Fascinating," she murmurs, her brow furrowing in concentration. "These markings, they're significant. They indicate a gathering, likely tied to the protector's mark mentioned here." Clara leans closer, intrigued. "What does this mark signify? Is it important to what we're uncovering?" The elder woman looks up, her eyes filled with a blend of nostalgia and caution. In the past, the protector's mark was used to safeguard powerful artifacts. If misused, it could invite danger. Mia feels the weight of those words settle heavily in the air, and she shifts in her seat, absorbing the potential consequences. "So, we need to be careful as we explore this further," she states, her voice steady but tinged with apprehension. Mrs. Thompson nods slowly, placing the scroll down. "Knowledge is both a gift and a burden. You must approach this with respect for what has come before." Mia exchanges a glance with Clara, both women understanding the gravity of their quest deepening. A sense of purpose solidifies within Mia. They are not just uncovering secrets, but also inheriting the responsibilities that come with them. As Mia and Clara engage with Mrs. Thompson, the atmosphere thickens with unspoken tension. Clara leans back, her fingers tapping the edge of the scroll, deep in thought. "I just can't shake the feeling that uncovering this information might lead us into something deeper and more dangerous than we anticipated," she admits, her voice laced with doubt. Mia nods, acknowledging Clara's concerns. "I understand, but we can't let fear dictate our actions. This history is part of who we are." Mrs. Thompson interjects, her voice calm yet firm. "You must tread lightly, dear. There have been those who sought power through their knowledge and ended up drawing the wrath of old spirits. The past can be unpredictable." Clara's brows furrow as she absorbs the elder's warning. "But if we approach it with respect and caution, surely we can manage it," she replies, attempting to maintain hope amidst uncertainty. Mia senses Clara's apprehension and feels the need to reassure her. "We'll be careful. We'll research everything thoroughly before moving forward, she vows. But as she speaks, a flicker of doubt crosses her mind. Mrs. Thompson offers a gentle smile. It is wise to question yourself and your motives, but remember that knowledge also brings the chance for healing and understanding. This statement resonates with Mia, solidifying her determination to pursue their quest while remaining mindful of the potential dangers. Mia takes a deep breath, feeling the weight of their discussion settle on her shoulders. We need to prepare for what we might uncover, she says, her voice steady but laced with determination. There's a history here that deserves to be respected, and we have the chance to understand it better. Clara looks at her, a mix of admiration and concern in her eyes. Are you sure we can handle this? What if we stumble upon something we're not ready for? Mia meets Clara's gaze, recognizing the fear that lingers in her friend's voice. We won't know unless we try. Every step into the unknown brings its risks, but we have each other, she reassures, offering a comforting smile. Mrs. Thompson nods in agreement, adding, It takes courage to seek out the truth, especially when it's intertwined with magic and ancient legacies. Just remember to stay grounded. Mia feels a surge of conviction as she acknowledges the wisdom of the elder. Let's gather any additional resources we can. I want to speak with more townspeople, hear their stories, and understand their connection to the past, she suggests, transforming their discussion into a plan of action. Clara's expression softens, and she slowly nods, embracing Mia's vision. Okay, I'm in. Let's do this together. The camaraderie strengthens as Mia recognizes that their journey is more than just about uncovering artifacts. It's about connecting to their community and understanding their roots. As the conversation wraps up, Mia gazes out the window, watching the sunlight dance on the cobblestone streets. A sense of clarity washes over her. She realizes they have embarked on a path that transcends their individual desires. This journey is now about the entire town and its legacy. Mia feels the hum of excitement in her chest as new possibilities open up before her. The weight of responsibility also settles, reminding her that the choices they make could impact not only their histories, but also the community's future. Let's make a list of people we want to speak with, she proposes, pulling out a notebook. Clara hops up, grabbing a pen to jot down names. They mention the elder residents known for their stories and experiences, each name representing a connection to the magic they seek to uncover. Every entry sparks a sense of purpose in Mia, intertwining their mission with the town's heartbeat. In that moment, she understands that this is more than a quest for artifacts. It's a quest for connection, history, and identity that binds them all together. With their list complete, Mia feels a surge of determination. Each name represents a door waiting to be opened, a story just waiting to be told. Let's start with Mrs. Collins, Clara suggests, recalling her lively tales of the town's past. Mia nods, picturing the older woman's lively spirit and how her stories always seem to bring the history of their town to life. They quickly gather their things, excitement bubbling within them as they prepare to take their first steps into a broader world of discovery. As they walk through the familiar streets, Mia feels a blend of anxiety and anticipation. Memories of past adventures wash over her, but this feels different, important. Clara matches her pace, glancing over with a reassuring smile. We're doing this. Just think of all the stories we're about to uncover, she encourages, her enthusiasm infectious. Mia's heart swells at the thought, strengthening her resolve. She knows they are not just uncovering the past, they are forging connections that will shape their future. Chapter 4, Unraveling Mysteries. Mia and Clara arrive at Mrs. Collins' quaint cottage, the familiar scent of blooming lilies wafting through the air. As they approach, the warm glow of the welcoming light spills from the windows, inviting them into a world rich with stories. Mia knocks gently on the door, her excitement mingling with nervous anticipation. A moment later, Mrs. Collins opens the door, her smile wide and eyes twinkling with recognition. Ah, my dear girls, what a lovely surprise, she exclaims, ushering them inside. The cozy interior envelops them, filled with the warmth of a crackling fireplace and shelves lined with books and trinkets collected over the years. Come in, come in. I've just made some tea, Mrs. Collins says, her voice a melody of warmth. Mia and Clara step inside, shedding their jackets, the comfort of home wrapping around them like a soft blanket. "We were hoping to hear some of your stories about the town," Mia ventures, her heart pounding with anticipation as she settles into a plush armchair. Mrs. Collins beams, the corners of her eyes crinkling with delight. "Oh, I have plenty of those. But first, tell me what you've been up to," she prompts, settling down with a cup of tea, ready to listen. Mia takes a deep breath, the aroma of the tea filling her senses as she prepares to share their ambitions. "We've been digging into the town's history," she starts, her enthusiasm palpable. "We found some old scrolls that talk about rituals and artifacts connected to our families. We think they might have real significance." Mrs. Collins leans forward, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Rituals? Your family's had quite the legacy," she replies, setting her cup down and folding her hands. Clara chimes in, eager to add to Mia's words. "We believe these rituals hold important meanings for our community, especially with the magical history we've learned about." As they speak, Mia watches Mrs. Collins absorb the information, her expression shifting from surprise to delight. "Oh, I've heard whispers of those scrolls. It's marvelous that you're uncovering this," she says, visibly excited. Mia smiles, grateful for the elders' encouragement. "That's why we're here. We'd love to hear your stories about the town. Anything that could help us understand more about the legacy we're trying to preserve." Mrs. Collins nods, her expression turning serious. "You know, knowledge in the wrong hands can be dangerous, but you're right to seek the truth. Let me share what I can." Mia feels a rush of gratitude as the elder begins to recount tales from her own experiences, knowing that each story connects them deeper to their roots. As Mrs. Collins recounts her stories, the room fills with rich details of the town's past, from vibrant festivals celebrating the magic to solemn rituals held under the full moon. Mia and Clara lean in closer, captivated by her words, their imaginations ignited. "Each artifact holds a piece of our history," she says, her voice soft yet firm. "But there were always those who sought power above all else, trying to control the very magic that binds us." Clara shares a glance with Mia, both feeling the weight of what Mrs. Collins is implying. "Do you think there are still those who would misuse this magic?" Clara asks, her voice tinged with concern. Mrs. Collins pauses, considering the question. "Yes, dear. There are always those who wish to rise by stepping on others, and knowledge can be weaponized if not protected." Mia feels a chill run down her spine. The stories of old resonate with their current mission, emphasizing the significance of what they are uncovering. "We want to make sure it's used to preserve our history," she reassures, her voice steady. The elder nods, her approval evident. "Then you must be vigilant. You have the opportunity to right the wrongs of the past. But be prepared, the path may not be easy." Mia's resolve strengthens as the conversation deepens, intertwining her purpose with the hopes for the future, solidifying her commitment to the mission ahead. Mia takes a moment to collect her thoughts, keenly aware of the implications of Mrs. Collins' words. "Do you think there are specific stories we should focus on?" she asks, eager to guide their research with a sense of purpose. Mrs. Collins leans back in her chair, stroking her chin as she contemplates. "The stories of the protectors and the rituals tied to the spring equinox are crucial. They hold pieces of the magical legacies you seek." Clara's eyes widen with excitement. "We've read hints about those rituals in the scrolls, but are they safe to pursue?" The elder's gaze sharpens, and she leans forward earnestly. "Safety never comes from ignoring the past. It's essential to understand the origins of these practices before engaging with them." Mia nods, absorbing the guidance. "And how do we find more about these protectors?" she presses, feeling the weight of their mission intensify. "Speak to the town's elders, those who witnessed the rituals firsthand," Mrs. Collins advises, her voice steady with conviction. "Their stories are the bridge between the past and your quest." Mia feels a renewed sense of urgency. "We will," she promises, determination stitching a bond between her and the knowledge she seeks to uncover. As Mrs. Collins speaks, the path to their mission becomes clearer, filled with purpose and the echoes of a powerful legacy waiting to be revealed. As Mia prepares to leave Mrs. Collins' cottage, a sense of purpose swells within her. The weight of the elder's words lingers in her mind, a reminder of the responsibility she has taken on. She turns to Clara, who is busy organizing their notes, and decides to share the plan. We need to set up interviews with the oldest residents in town and gather as many stories as we can, she states, her voice firm. Clara looks up, a spark of excitement in her eyes. Yes, that could give us the context we need to understand the rituals better, she agrees, her enthusiasm boosting Mia's resolve. Mia can feel her heart beating faster at the prospect of delving deeper into their town's legacy. Let's make a list of the elders we want to approach. I want to ensure we make the most out of our time, she continues, channeling her energy into logistics. As they finalize their plan, the sun begins to set outside, casting a warm glow through the window. Mia glances at the horizon, feeling the weight of the journey ahead. Whatever we find out, we'll approach it with respect, she adds, her voice carrying a promise that the legacy they uncover will be honored. Clara nods, and together they embrace the adventure that lies before them, ready to face whatever comes next with determination and unity. The next day, Mia and Clara set out to visit the first elder on their list, Mrs. Donovan, who lives on the outskirts of town. The sunlight filters through the trees, casting dappled shadows along the path as they walk, both feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety about what they might learn. When they reach Mrs. Donovan's quaint home, they find it adorned with flowering plants and wind chimes that tinkle softly in the breeze. Mia knocks gently on the door, and after a moment, it opens to reveal Mrs. Donovan, a sprightly woman with bright eyes that sparkle with a knowing glimmer. "Ah, you two lovely girls. What brings you to my little corner of the world?" she asks, welcoming them in with warmth and genuine curiosity. Mia and Clara exchange a glance, heartened by the elder's kindness. "We're here to learn about the town's history, particularly any stories about its magical past," Mia replies, her voice steady and clear, feeling the weight of their mission as she speaks. Mrs. Donovan's expression shifts, a hint of nostalgia crossing her features. "Well, come in and sit. There's much to share, and perhaps even a tale or two you haven't heard," she invites, leading them to a cozy sitting room filled with the scent of baked goods and the sound of crackling firewood. Mia feels a thrill of anticipation, knowing they are about to step deeper into the tapestry of their town's legacy. Chapter 5, A Tipping Point. As Mrs. Donovan settles into her armchair, she takes a moment to gather her thoughts, her gaze drifting to the fireplace. Mia and Clara exchange eager glances, the excitement in the air palpable as they wait for the elder to begin. "Magic has always been a part of our town's fabric," Mrs. Donovan begins, her voice steady, drawing them into the world of tales woven through generations. "Many moons ago, our ancestors established rituals to honor it, passing their knowledge down to protect it." Mia leans in closer, captivated, feeling the weight of history in the room. "What sorts of rituals? Were they dangerous?" she asks, her curiosity pushing her forward. Mrs. Donovan chuckles softly. "Dangerous, yes, but only if misused. The protector's mark I spoke of represents a bond. It serves to safeguard our community from the unruly forces of magic. You see, not all magic flows as gently as a stream." Clara nods, her eyes wide with wonder as she listens intently. "And the artifacts, they are tied to these rituals?" "Precisely," Mrs. Donovan replies, her expression serious, "but each artifact has its own story. Some were meant to empower, others to hold back the darkness. You'll need to be vigilant." The gravity of the elder's words resonates with Mia, and she feels a surge of responsibility for the knowledge they're seeking. This is more than just history. It's a legacy that could influence their future. Mia can hardly contain her curiosity as she presses on. "Can you tell us about the specific points where the rituals took place? We need to understand how everything connects," she asks, her voice tinged with urgency. Mrs. Donovan leans forward, her eyes sparkling with the thrill of sharing. There are several sacred sites, each with its own significance. The largest gathering was at the old oak tree by the river. It's said to be a place where magic flows freely, a nexus for energy," she explains, her fingers tapping gently against her knee. Clara leans closer. "And what about the protector's mark? Is it still recognized today?" "Indeed," the elder replies, glancing toward a wall adorned with old photographs. "The mark is visible in many places around town, almost like a secret language. Those who know where to look can find it embedded in buildings, carved into stones, even in some of the artifacts you might come across. Mia's heart races at the thought. If we can identify these marks, it could lead us to other important sites, she suggests, excitement bubbling at the prospect of uncovering hidden treasures much like their ancestors. Mrs. Donovan nods, impressed. A keen mind you have, dear. You'll need that and more. Gather your allies and be prepared. Knowledge can be a double-edged sword. The more you know, the more you must protect. Mia feels the weight of the elder's warning settle in her chest, but her resolve has never been stronger. We will, I promise. We won't take this responsibility lightly. So, what's our first step? Clara asks, her enthusiasm evident as she glances between Mia and Mrs. Donovan. Mrs. Donovan considers this for a moment, her expression thoughtful. I recommend you start by visiting the old oak tree. It's a symbol of protection for the town, and those who respect its legacy may have insights to share. Speak to the residents near the river. They hold stories that could guide you. Mia nods, feeling a rush of purpose. We'll do that, but we need to prepare properly, she replies. If there's a chance to uncover more about the Protector's mark, we must come equipped with the right questions and tools. Clara's eyes reflect her eagerness. I can help make a list of what we'll need. Maybe we should also bring some offerings for those who might share their knowledge. Her voice trailing off as she considers the traditions they have to observe. Mrs. Donovan smiles, pleased by their dedication. Yes, approach with respect, and you may find that the townspeople will be more than willing to assist you in your endeavors. Mia feels a sense of camaraderie growing between her and Clara, grateful for the support of the elder. We won't just be looking for answers, we'll also carry our family's legacy forward, she states, feeling the weight of responsibility turn into a driving force. With their next steps laid out, Mia feels a surge of confidence. She envisions the journey ahead, knowing each new piece of information will bring them closer to understanding their shared history. As Mia and Clara step outside, the day feels charged with possibility. They walk towards the river, the paths lined with familiar sights that hint at the tales held within each corner of the town. Mia, are you sure about this? Clara asks, her voice barely above a whisper as they approach the old oak tree. What if the locals don't want to talk to us? Mia pauses, feeling the weight of Clara's concern. We have to be respectful and open. We can't let our fears hold us back. Remember what Mrs. Donovan said, knowledge can only come if we seek it. Clara nods, but uncertainty flickers in her eyes. I just don't want to make things worse, she replies, her brow furrowing. Mia places a reassuring hand on her shoulder. We're in this together. Let's only approach those who seem willing to share. Once they reach the ancient tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky, Mia is filled with awe. This is it, she breathes, stepping closer to the trunk. This is the heart of the history we seek. As she traces her fingers along its bark, she can almost sense the memories locked within. Clara picks up a fallen acorn, studying it, as Mia watches the way the roots cling to the earth, strong, resolute. We'll learn what we can. It may take time, but we're committed, Mia reassures, feeling their shared purpose ignite within her. With determination blooming in her heart, she feels ready to face the unknown. Confident in their path forward, Mia and Clara take a moment beneath the mighty oak, drawing strength from its presence. Mia can feel the weight of the town's history surrounding them, and she closes her eyes, allowing herself to connect with the energy of the space. What's next? Clara asks, her voice tinged with anticipation. Should we start talking to people? Yes, but we need to be strategic, Mia replies, her mind racing with possibilities. Let's find the local fishing families. They have knowledge of the river and its secrets, and they might have stories connected to the rituals. As they turn to head toward the riverside, Clara looks back at the oak, its branches swaying gently in the breeze. This tree feels special, she admits, a sense of wonder in her tone. It is, Mia replies, feeling a connection to the place. It's seen generations pass, just like our families have. This is where we can start to connect our past with the present. Their steps quicken as they make their way to the river, the sound of flowing water growing louder with each stride. Mia feels the excitement bubbling within her, knowing they are on the brink of uncovering something profound. As they approach the first group of fishermen, she readies herself to engage, steeling her resolve to navigate the conversations ahead. They reach the riverside, where fishermen are casting their lines and laughing as they share stories with one another. Mia notices a group of older men gathered around a small fire, their hearty laughter mingling with the sound of the river. She takes a deep breath, heart pounding with a mix of excitement and nervousness, and steps forward with Clara by her side. "Excuse me," she calls out, drawing the attention of the group. "We're looking to learn more about the town's history and its connection to the river. Would you be willing to share your stories with us?" The men pause, exchanging glances. One of them, a grizzled fellow with a weathered face, raises an eyebrow. "What's this about magic and history?" he asks, skepticism lacing his tone. Mia feels a moment of hesitation but pushes through it, determined to make her case. "We discovered some old scrolls referencing the river and its significance," she explains, drawing on her growing confidence. "We believe there are stories here that could help us understand our heritage better." Clara nods in support, adding, "We want to honor the town's legacy and everything that has come before us." The men seem to soften slightly at her words, intrigued by their intentions. The elder nods slowly, crossing his arms. "Very well then, but we like to hear tales of worth. Prove to us you respect the stories, and we might just share some." Mia's heart races at the challenge presented. This is their opportunity to connect, but she knows they must earn their trust through respect and sincerity. She exchanges a determined glance with Clara, ready to rise to the occasion. Chapter 6, Navigating Conflict. The men settle around the fire, curiosity flickering in their eyes as they gesture for Mia and Clara to join them. Mia takes a seat on a sturdy log, feeling the warmth of the flames dance against her skin. Clara sits beside her, their shared anticipation thick in the air. "All right then, let's hear what you've got," the elder fisherman says, leaning forward. "Tell us about these scrolls of yours." Mia glances at Clara, who nods encouragingly. "We found information about the river being central to the town's magic and protective rituals," she begins, her voice steady. "We're eager to learn what you know about its history and what it means to you." The group listens intently, and Mia can feel the weight of their attention. She recalls Mrs. Thompson's words about the importance of respect and carefully crafts her next words. "We want to preserve this history, not just for ourselves, but for future generations." The elder raises an eyebrow, intrigued. "Sounds like you've got your heart in the right place, but remember, stories are earned, not given." "You'll have to prove that you respect the traditions," he warns, setting the stage for a deeper conversation. Mia nods, understanding the challenge ahead, and feels a surge of determination. This is her chance to build trust and prove her commitment to the town's legacy. Feeling the weight of the moment, Mia takes a deep breath and begins to share their recent findings about the Protector's Mark. She explains how the mark signifies a commitment to preserving the town's magical heritage, carefully detailing their discoveries from the scrolls. "This mark is more than just a symbol," she states, her eyes scanning the group. "It represents a legacy that has been protected for generations, and we believe understanding it is crucial for our community's future." Clara jumps in, her excitement palpable. "The stories we've uncovered show how previous generations honored their connection to the river, ensuring that the magic flowed harmoniously with their lives." The men exchange glances, their expressions a mix of skepticism and intrigue. One of the younger fishermen, leaning against a tree, speaks up. "That all sounds good in theory, but how do we know you're not just after fame or some kind of treasure?" Mia meets his gaze, feeling the challenge in his words. "We're not seeking fame, but rather to protect and honor what is ours," she replies firmly. "We want to ensure that the stories and traditions continue." A quiet settles over the group as they ponder her words. It's a pivotal moment, one that could either foster trust or sow seeds of doubt. Mia can feel the tension, grappling with the importance of their mission and the need to earn their respect. The tension hangs thick in the air as Mia watches the men process her words, uncertainty flickering across their faces. Clara shifts in her seat, glancing at Mia for support. "We realize this journey is about more than just finding artifacts. It's about building a deeper understanding of our legacy," she adds, hoping to resonate with the group. A moment of silence passes before the elder fisherman speaks again, his tone contemplative. You're right to recognize the weight of the past, but tell us, if you truly care for this legacy, what will you do to protect it from those who seek power? Mia feels the heat of the elders' stare, realizing that they want assurances. We are committed to the safety of the artifacts and traditions. We've been learning how to document and preserve them properly, and we aim to collaborate with the town's leaders. Another fisherman, skeptical but intrigued, leans forward. What if your intentions come into conflict with others who desire the same information? Do you have a plan for that? Mia takes a breath, feeling the weight of their skepticism, but also the opportunity to forge trust. We'll prioritize honesty and transparency. If conflicts arise, we'll seek to mediate and work together rather than let it become a fight. Her words hang in the air, and she senses a shift. The men exchange looks, the tension easing slightly as they consider the possibility of collaboration rather than competition. Clara, encouraged, nods in agreement. Mia knows this moment could determine the course of their journey, and she feels a renewed sense of purpose to navigate the complexities of trust in their pursuit. Mia senses the atmosphere shifting as the fishermen mull over her words, the initial tension slowly dissolving into a cautious curiosity. The elder fisherman taps his finger against his knee, considering their proposition. If you're willing to stand firm, maybe it's worth letting you search for answers, he says, his tone measured but respectful. Encouraged by the change, Mia leans forward. We understand the stakes and what's at risk. We want to work with you all, not against you. Clara adds, we believe there's value in learning from those who've carried these stories and traditions over the years. Together, we can ensure they continue. Mia notices that the group's demeanor has softened. The younger fisherman who had previously questioned her now tilts his head, intrigued. What if we help? Maybe we can host a gathering to share what we know with the townsfolk. Mia's heart swells with hope at the suggestion, feeling a tangible bond forming between them. Yes, that would be a fantastic way to engage the community and strengthen our ties. As they discuss the practicalities of a communal event, Mia feels the weight of responsibility shift into something positive. Her instincts tell her this is the right path. The men's laughter begins to ripple through the air as they outline ideas for the gathering, signaling a newfound alliance. In this moment, Mia sees how dedication to their cause can cultivate trust and foster connections, reinforcing her resolve to protect their shared history. As the meeting progresses, Mia feels a flicker of optimism. Their plan for the gathering is taking shape. She takes the lead, proposing they create a timeline of events, outlining the importance of sharing their history with the community. We want everyone to feel involved, to understand the value of what we're protecting, she says, her voice steady with purpose. The elder fisherman nods in agreement, and the atmosphere shifts to one of collaboration. We should include activities that engage the children too, he suggests, his enthusiasm igniting the group's energy. Mia brainstorms alongside them, listing potential activities: storytelling sessions, artifact displays, and hands-on workshops. Clara adds her ideas, and together they sketch out a rough agenda for the day, each suggestion fostering a deeper connection between the fishermen and the historians in their circle. However, she feels a momentary spark of doubt as she recalls the previous conflicts. She pushes it aside, focusing instead on the momentum they are building. Let's make sure to document everything during the gathering, Mia proposes. This way we can preserve the stories shared and maintain a record for future generations. The group nods, the energy palpable, and Mia realizes how far they've come. She feels a sense of pride in their unity, witnessing how their experiences have cultivated trust and respect among allies with a common goal. As the meeting draws to a close, Mia feels a swell of accomplishment. The townspeople are buzzing with ideas and possibilities, their energy infectious as they rally around the plan for the gathering. With a sense of urgency, Mia stands and addresses the group one last time. Let's not just share stories. Let's create new ones together, she emphasizes, her heart pounding with excitement. The group nods, their enthusiasm palpable as they brainstorm names for the event, laughing and swapping suggestions. Mia smiles, realizing how the collaborative spirit has transformed their relationships, melding them into a cohesive unit ready to embrace the future. As they wrap up, she feels a shift within herself. The weight of leadership has become a source of empowerment rather than a burden. With each decision and shared moment, she's forging connections that are deeper than she anticipated, ready to face any challenges that lie ahead. This realization solidifies her commitment to their mission and the community they are building together. She knows that the journey is just beginning, and with the groundswell of support, they are poised to honor their past while shaping their future. Chapter 7, Executing the Plan. Mia stands at the edge of the forest, heart racing as she gazes at the towering trees that mark the boundary of the old oak clearing. The excitement of their newfound project dances in the air, but the daunting task before her reminds her of the responsibility that lies ahead. With Clara by her side, she pulls out the maps they discovered earlier, spreading them across a flat rock. "Remember, we need to approach this carefully," Mia says, tracing the path to the oak tree marked on the map. "The last thing we want is to provoke any surprises." Clara nods, her expression serious as they prepare to explore the stories etched into the landscape. "And we should bring the artifacts we found too, in case we need to explain their significance along the way," she suggests, her voice steady with determination. Mia glances back at the shop, feeling a mix of nostalgia and anticipation. This journey is about honoring their shared past, and she knows the path to understanding it runs through these woods. With the sun filtering through the leaves, casting enchanting patterns on the ground, Mia folds the map and takes a deep breath, readying herself for whatever awaits them in the clearing. "Let's go," she says, a new sense of purpose driving her forward as they step into the forest together, ready to unravel the mysteries hidden within. As they make their way deeper into the forest, Mia tunes into the sounds around her: birds chirping, leaves rustling, and the distant trickle of water. Each step takes them further away from the familiarity of the town, yet she feels an exhilarating sense of adventure blossoming within. "What if we encounter something unexpected?" Clara asks, breaking the silence as she brushes a branch aside. Mia smiles, trying to hide her own nerves. "Then we'll adapt, just like we've always done," she replies, feeling the weight of their journey. They soon arrive at a small clearing, where the ancient oak stands proud against the backdrop of a bright blue sky. Mia pauses, taking in the sight, her heart swelling with reverence. "This is it," she breathes, stepping forward to touch the bark, feeling the rough texture beneath her fingers. Clara joins her, excitement evident in her eyes. "What do we do now?" she asks, ready for the next step in their quest. "We look for the protector's mark," Mia says, her voice steady as she scans the trunk of the tree, searching for any signs that connect them to the past. Together, they begin their exploration, the thrill of discovery igniting a fire in their hearts. As they search the oak tree's trunk, Mia's fingers glide over the rough bark, her eyes scanning for any carvings or markings that might indicate the presence of the protector's mark. "Here!" Clara exclaims suddenly, her voice filled with excitement. She points to a faint, circular symbol partially obscured by moss and age. Mia leans closer, her heart racing as she brushes the moss away to reveal the intricacies of the mark beneath. "This has to be it," she whispers, tracing the lines with her finger. Clara moves to the opposite side of the tree, looking for more signs. "This looks significant. If we can prove its importance, it might change how we view the artifacts," she remarks, her eyes filled with determination. While Clara continues her search, Mia takes a step back, absorbing the moment. The weight of their mission rests heavily on her shoulders, but this discovery ignites a spark of hope. Mia takes a deep breath, feeling the energy of the tree and the stories it holds. "We need to document this, but we also have to be cautious," she says, knowing that revealing this mark could attract unwanted attention. With a newfound sense of focus, she carefully pulls out her notebook, ready to record their findings while keeping an eye on their surroundings. Aware of the delicate balance between discovery and danger, Mia kneels beside the tree, carefully sketching the protector's mark in her notebook, her pencil moving swiftly across the page as she captures every detail. Clara shifts nearby, occasionally glancing toward the forest's edge, her expression turning serious. "Do you think we should keep this a secret for now?" Mia pauses, looking up from her drawing. "I think that's a smart move. We need to understand its significance before we share it. I don't want to risk attracting attention from outsiders until we know what we're dealing with." Just then, the wind picks up, rustling the leaves and sending a shiver down Mia's spine. Clara's unease flares to the surface. What if someone sees us out here? What if Leo learns about the mark first? Mia takes a deep breath, trying to steady her nerves. We have to trust in our instincts. We've come too far to back down now. Let's finish what we started. Clara nods, reluctantly accepting Mia's confidence, though the anxiety is still evident in her eyes. They continue their exploration, searching for more markings or clues that could further unveil the town's magical legacy. And as they do, Mia feels a growing sense of purpose. She knows that standing at the intersection of history and adventure requires courage, and she's ready to embrace whatever challenges lie ahead. As they continue their search, Mia stumbles upon a small clearing filled with wildflowers. The vibrant colors catch her attention, creating a stark contrast to the rugged bark of the oak tree. "Look at this," she exclaims, stepping into the patch. Clara follows, her curiosity piqued as Mia kneels to examine the blossoms, admiring their beauty. Among the flowers, she notices an unfamiliar shape partially buried in the soil. With careful hands, she brushes away the dirt and uncovers a small, intricately carved stone that resembles the protector's mark. "Mia, that's incredible," Clara says, kneeling beside her, eyes wide with excitement. "Do you think it's connected to the mark on the tree?" Mia holds the stone close, feeling a pulse of energy tingling through her fingers. "It has to be. This could be a key piece of evidence that ties everything together." Their shared excitement is palpable, but the moment is tempered by the knowledge of the risks they face. As Mia examines the stone, she feels the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders once more. "Okay, we need to document this immediately and think about how we're going to protect it," she says, the newfound determination shining through her words. As she pulls out her notebook, the realization of what they've found strengthens her commitment to their quest, igniting the fire of adventure that has become a part of her identity. With the carved stone carefully placed in her bag, Mia feels a renewed sense of urgency. "Let's head back and see what we can figure out about this," she says, glancing at Clara, who nods in agreement, her expression reflecting a mixture of excitement and determination. As they retrace their steps through the forest, Mia can't shake the feeling that this discovery is a turning point. Every rustle in the underbrush sends her heart racing, both with anticipation and the remnants of the earlier unease. Once they reach the edge of town, Clara breaks the silence. "Do you really think this will lead us to something bigger?" "I do," Mia replies, her conviction unwavering. "This stone, the protector's mark, it all connects to the town's history. We just have to unravel it carefully." Clara's face lights up, but she quickly adds, "Just remember, we need to be cautious. We wouldn't want to draw unwanted attention." Mia nods, acknowledging the valid concern. "Absolutely. We'll keep this between us for now until we understand more." The duo continues toward the bookshop, the sun setting behind them, casting long shadows along the cobblestone streets. Mia feels a blend of hope and anxiety about what awaits them. With every step, she visualizes the connections they'll make, both to the past and to the community, fueling her desire to uncover the secrets awaiting discovery as they embark on this new chapter of their journey. Chapter 8, The Weight of Failure. Mia enters the bookshop the following morning, the familiar scent of paper and ink wrapping around her like a warm embrace. The sun streams through the windows, illuminating the organized chaos of the shelves stacked high with books and artifacts. She takes a moment to appreciate the space, feeling a growing sense of comfort in her role as caretaker. Today, however, her purpose feels amplified. The discovery of the carved stone fuels her determination to uncover what the town's history holds. With a deep breath, she moves to her workstation, setting the stone carefully on the table, its intricate carvings glistening in the light. Glimpses of Clara and Oliver catching up on the day's tasks fill her with resolve. "We need to assess our next steps," she calls out, her voice ringing with newfound authority. Mia gathers her notes and the scrolls they have studied, feeling the weight of responsibility resting on her. She's no longer just an observer, she's a vital part of something larger. As the team gathers around, anticipation crackles in the air. She can see the glint of excitement in their eyes, a shared spark of energy that connects them as they prepare to delve deeper into the mysteries waiting to be uncovered. Mia stands at the center of the makeshift meeting space, her documents spread out before her, and surveys her team. "We need to prioritize our next steps," she states firmly, her gaze sliding over Clara and Oliver, both ready to contribute. "We have this stone and the markings. Our first task is to determine where these symbols appear in the town." Clara leans forward, enthusiasm bubbling in her voice. "I could map out the locations based on the previous discussions we've had with the townsfolk. If we find the connections, we might uncover more about the Protector's mark." Mia nods, impressed by Clara's initiative. "Great idea. Let's start reaching out to the residents we spoke about before, the ones likely to recognize the marks." Oliver raises his hand, a hint of concern lacing his tone. "What if we attract unwanted attention while we're searching? I don't want to risk making things worse with Leo's group still lurking around." Mia takes a moment, considering his words. "We'll be discreet. I think our best approach is to gather information first. Knowledge is power, and once we have what we need, we can decide how to move forward." The team exchanges determined glances, a sense of commitment quieting the underlying tension. Mia can feel her own resolve bolstering. "We'll conduct thorough research before drawing any conclusions. Let's make this an adventure in discovery, not conflict," she adds, her excitement contagious as they rally around the plan. With everyone clear on their roles, Mia feels a surge of confidence as they prepare to embark on the next crucial chapter of their journey. In the days that follow, Mia feels the weight of the mission pressing against her, each new lead invigorating her commitment to uncovering the town's hidden truths. Clara and Oliver dive into research, poring over documents and records, while Mia focuses her efforts on consulting the elders. She remembers the suggestions Mrs. Thompson gave them and prepares for a series of interviews, determined to extract as much information as possible. As she approaches the first resident's home, she takes a moment to steady her breath, recalling the various reactions and doubts her team expressed during their discussion. When she knocks, the door creaks open to reveal Mrs. Willows, a kind-hearted elder known for her stories. "Ah, Mia, so good to see you. What brings you here today?" Mia feels a rush of warmth from the familiarity, but she senses some skepticism in Mrs. Willow's gaze. "I'm hoping to hear some stories about the Protector's mark and its significance in our town's history," she replies, her voice steady despite the pressure she feels. Mrs. Willows narrows her eyes slightly. "You youngsters are quite the curious lot. But I must warn you, digging into old magic can stir up things best left alone," she says, hinting at fears that emerge from the whispers of the past. Mia remains resolute, ready to prove her sincerity. "I understand the risks, but we believe these stories are essential for preserving our legacy, not just for us, but for future generations." She notices the shift in Mrs. Willow's expression, a flicker of intrigue crossing her features as she contemplates Mia's determined plea. Mrs. Willows studies Mia for a long moment, the silence stretching as she weighs the honor and risk of sharing her knowledge. Finally, she steps aside, gesturing for Mia to enter. "You've got spirit, girl. Let's see if I can help you understand the mystery a bit better," she says, a hint of a smile breaking through her initial reserve. Inside, the room is filled with reminders of a life well lived. Framed photographs, books stacked high, and the distinct scent of lavender mingling with the scent of old paper. Mia feels the warmth of the place wrap around her as she takes a seat, ready to absorb whatever lessons are about to unfold. Mrs. Willows settles into a chair across from her, her eyes glinting with memories. The Protector's mark is not just a symbol, it's a promise. It reminds us of the balance that needs to be maintained between the seen and the unseen, she begins, her voice steady and melodic. Mia listens intently as Mrs. Willows shares stories about the mark's origins, how it was once revered by the community as a safeguard against dark forces. As the elder speaks, Mia feels a deep connection forming to her ancestors and their struggles. "But beware, dear," Mrs. Willows warns, leaning in closer. Some may not take kindly to your inquiries. History is not always a comfortable place to tread. Mia nods, absorbing these words while a determination strengthens within her. She knows the path ahead will be fraught with challenges, but she feels a newfound clarity and purpose guiding her as she embarks on this journey. As Mrs. Willows shares stories of the past, Mia reflects on the weight of what they are undertaking. Each tale creates vivid images in her mind, intertwining the protector's mark with moments of awe and caution. Feeling empowered by the knowledge, Mia decides to ask a deeper question. Have you ever faced the dark side of this magic, Mrs. Willows? What did you do? The elder pauses, her expression shifting to one of contemplation, bringing a solemn edge to the room. Many years ago, we faced a threat that sought to misuse the magic for selfish gain. It was not easy, and not all of us came out unscathed, she replies, her voice a mix of wisdom and sorrow. Mia feels a shiver run through her. The reality of their mission suddenly weighs heavier. What did you learn from that experience, she asks, wanting to grasp the lessons that could help guide their path. Patience and respect for the power you seek. We must ensure that what we uncover is handled with care, or the consequences could be dire, Mrs. Willows advises, her intensity making every word resonate deeply with Mia. Feeling a burst of determination, Mia responds, we will treat this heritage with the utmost respect. I promise we'll honor the traditions and the wisdom that comes with it. In this moment, the gravity of her commitment solidifies further, and Mia knows that the journey ahead will require both courage and compassion. As their conversation deepens, Mia feels a profound sense of connection to both Mrs. Willows and the history they are discussing. The elders' stories seem to weave a tapestry of lives lived and lessons learned, and Mia is eager to contribute her own thread. We'd like to share what we've learned at the upcoming gathering, she says, hoping to bridge the past with their present efforts. It's important that the community understands not just the artifacts, but their significance. Mrs. Willows nods, her eyes filled with thoughtful approval. That's a fine goal, dear. The community needs to remember its roots to appreciate where it's headed. Mia's heart swells with pride at the thought of sharing their discovery, knowing that impending challenges lie ahead. If we can unite the town around this knowledge, it may strengthen our bond with the magic we've inherited, she adds, her conviction shining through her words. Mrs. Willows leans back in her chair, a satisfied smile on her face, delighted by Mia's passion. Just remember, it's a delicate balance. Help them see the value in preservation rather than the allure of power. Feeling a renewed sense of purpose, Mia nods. We'll honor that balance. As they wrap up their discussion, Mia leaves Mrs. Willow's home with a wealth of knowledge and a fire in her heart, determined to lead her community toward a future that respects their shared history. Chapter 9, A Defining Decision. Mia gathers her team in the bookshop, the air buzzing with anticipation as they prepare for the upcoming community gathering. The atmosphere is lively, filled with the sounds of laughter and rustling papers as everyone contributes to the final details. This is our chance to share everything we've learned and include the town in our legacy, Mia states, her enthusiasm infectious as she steps forward to lead the meeting. She outlines their objectives, ensuring everyone knows their roles, from setting up the displays to facilitating discussions with the attendees. Seeing the eagerness in her teammates' faces reassures her that they are united in their mission. Let's make this not just an event, but a celebration of our history and a bonding experience for everyone in the town, she adds, her heart swelling with determination, reflecting the growth she has achieved since embarking on this journey. As the team discusses logistics, Mia feels a current of excitement coursing through the room. Everyone bounces ideas off one another, suggesting activities and potential speakers, envisioning a day filled with engagement and learning. Clara, her voice brimming with energy, stands up to present her ideas for interactive workshops that could involve local traditions, igniting enthusiasm among the group. We could have storytelling sessions where townspeople share their own experiences with the magic of our history. Mia claps her hands together, thrilled by the momentum. That's perfect. The more we can involve everyone, the better. But as the planning continues, Ethan brings up a concern. What if people don't show interest? What if we put all this effort into it and it flops? His voice carries a hint of doubt, creating a momentary tension in the room. Mia recognizes Ethan's worries but feels determined to keep the energy high. We won't know until we try. There's power in sharing these stories, and I believe the community will respond, she replies, her tone confident. Seeing the uncertain looks on some faces, she adds, this is about connection and honoring our past. Let's focus on that, and the interest will follow. Her words resonate, and gradually, the team begins to rally around the belief that their efforts will foster engagement. The growing excitement is palpable, reflecting her evolution as a leader, capable of guiding her team through challenges with strength and conviction. As the planning session continues, Mia notices Clara and Ethan exchanging glances, a subtle tension hanging between them. Ethan leans back in his chair, arms crossed, clearly wrestling with his thoughts. I still think we need a backup plan. What if no one is interested in the gathering? We could end up looking foolish, he suggests, the skepticism creeping back into his tone. Mia senses Clara bristle at his words, a spark of frustration in her eyes. We have to be optimistic. Ethan, this is our chance to bring awareness to the town's history. We've worked too hard for negativity to bring us down, she counters, her passion igniting the air around them. Mia steps in, wanting to diffuse the growing conflict before it escalates. Ethan, I understand your concern. It's important we're prepared, but let's keep our focus on what we can create together, she stresses, hoping to bridge the gap between their differing perspectives. Ethan exhales deeply, relaxing his shoulders slightly as he meets Mia's gaze. You're right, I just don't want our efforts to go to waste, he admits, vulnerability lacing his words. Mia nods, appreciating his honesty. That's why we're doing this together. Everyone has a part to play, and we can adapt if we need to. The moment fosters a sense of unity among the group, reminding them that they are not just there to execute a plan, but to honor their collective heritage and support one another through uncertainties. The dialogue instills a renewed commitment to the gathering, strengthening their resolve as a team. Mia takes a moment to gather her thoughts, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders. She recognizes that their mission to honor the town's history and magic is significant, and doubts can't be allowed to derail their progress. Let's refocus on why we're doing this, she says, her voice steady and clear. Our goal is to unite the community, not just for this gathering, but for a shared understanding of our past. Clara nods, her earlier frustration fading as she chimes in. Right, we're not just sharing artifacts, we're sharing stories and connections that can inspire everyone. Feeling encouraged, Mia continues. Together we can ensure that the knowledge we uncover fosters growth rather than division. That's what makes our efforts worthwhile. Ethan looks around the room, catching the eyes of his teammates. Okay, let's channel this energy into something positive. What can we do if we have a smaller turnout? Mia smiles, appreciating his shift in attitude. We'll still hold the gathering, but let's also plan smaller sessions if needed. Smaller discussions can still be impactful, she suggests, feeling the camaraderie strengthen within the group. As everyone nods in agreement, Mia can sense that the foundation of their teamwork is solidifying. She feels empowered and ready to face whatever challenges may arise, knowing they are all committed to carrying this journey forward together. As the planning meeting continues, Mia feels the energy in the room shift, her team's excitement bubbling to the surface once more. They begin discussing potential activities for the gathering, brainstorming ideas that would engage the community and create a sense of belonging. Storytelling sessions would be great, Clara suggests, her face lighting up. People could share their memories connected to the artifacts and the rituals. It'll create a bond. Mia nods, inspired by Clara's enthusiasm. Exactly. We want to weave the stories together, showing how our history interconnects, she replies, jotting down notes. Encouraged by this direction, Oliver raises his hand, caution but curiosity in his voice. What about the old legends? They could attract both interest and concern. Some people might not want these stories brought into the light. Mia contemplates his words, understanding the potential for mixed reactions. True, but that's why we approach this with respect. By discussing the legends openly, we can demystify them and foster understanding instead of fear. Ethan, still processing everything, looks a bit skeptical but intrigued. So, if we can present these stories in a way that shows their importance and relevance, it might work? Mia feels the tides turning, gaining support from her team. Yes, let's use their stories as a bridge. If we're transparent and inclusive, we stand a better chance of bringing everyone together. The team rallies around this idea, and Mia realizes that their ability to navigate uncertainties and communicate effectively strengthens their collective mission. Confidence surges within her as she sees the team coming together, ready to tackle the challenges that lie ahead. As the meeting concludes, Mia surveys the room, the atmosphere charged with excitement and newfound determination. Her team has shifted from uncertainty to commitment, each member inspired by the collaborative spirit they've created together. Prepare your materials and let's aim for the gathering next week. We'll have time to refine our approach before then, she encourages, feeling a sense of pride swell within her. Clara looks at Mia, her eyes filled with gratitude. I believe in this and I trust you to lead us through it, she says, her support amplifying Mia's confidence. Ethan, whose earlier worries have started to dissipate, offers a resolute nod. I'll help with the logistics. Let's make sure we are fully prepared. Mia smiles, grateful for their commitment and adaptability. Together we can pull this off. We'll engage the community and foster understanding about our history, she replies, feeling the weight of leadership settle comfortably on her shoulders. As the team starts gathering their things, the sense of camaraderie is palpable, and Mia reflects on the journey they've undertaken together. With renewed motivation, she steps outside, the evening sun casting a golden hue across the town. She feels invigorated, ready to embrace the next steps in their shared adventure, knowing she has the support of her allies as they dive into the unknown. Chapter 10, Navigating the Unknown. Mia stands at the entrance of the historical archive, the building looming before her, a vault of secrets waiting to be uncovered. She takes a deep breath, feeling the weight of what this moment represents. Today is crucial. They are about to seek answers that could shift their understanding of the town's magical heritage. The door swings open, revealing rows of shelves filled with ancient books and artifacts, a treasure trove of knowledge. Clara steps beside her, excitement evident on her face. I can't believe we're finally getting access to these resources, she says, her voice a mix of wonder and anticipation. Mia nods, her heart racing as they make their way inside. Remember to keep an eye out for anything tied to the Protector's mark. It could hold the key to understanding everything we've learned so far. As they wander deeper into the archive, the atmosphere grows thick with the scent of old parchment and history. They pass a group of local historians engaged in discussion, their voices low and earnest, blending into the backdrop of quiet intensity that surrounds them. Feeling the urgency of their mission, Mia's mind races with thoughts of the connections they could uncover, aware that each moment spent here could alter the course of their journey. Mia and Clara split up, each heading toward different sections of the archive, eager to unearth anything useful. Mia finds herself drawn to a shelf lined with dusty tomes about local legends, the spines cracked and faded. She carefully selects one, its title barely visible, and flips it open to reveal pages filled with handwritten notes and illustrations. As she reads, her heart quickens. The stories of the protectors and the magical rituals of old leap off the pages, sparking connections to the scrolls they discovered earlier. Clara, you need to see this, she calls out, her voice echoing in the hushed room. Clara rushes over, her curiosity piqued. What did you find? Mia shares the details, pointing out passages that describe the Protector's mark and its implications. Clara's eyes widen with excitement as she starts to take notes. This is incredible. If we can link these stories to what we've uncovered, we might have solid evidence to present at the gathering, Clara exclaims, her enthusiasm electric. As they pore over the book, the excitement of discovery envelops them, filling the air with the promise of new knowledge and understanding. As they continue to explore the archive, Mia feels a twinge of anxiety as they uncover more details about the Protector's mark. Do you think people will react positively to this information? Clara asks, her brow furrowed with concern. What if they don't want to hear about the potential dangers? Mia pauses, reflecting on Clara's question. We have to present the information in a way that emphasizes the importance of preservation and respect for our history, she replies, her resolve strengthening. Just then, a local historian named Mr. Grayson overhears their conversation. You can't just waltz in here, waving around talk of danger and old magic without understanding the weight it carries, he chimes in, skepticism oozing from his words. Mia meets his gaze, feeling the challenge. We're not disregarding the past, Mr. Grayson. We're trying to safeguard it. Our intention is to foster understanding, not fear, she asserts, her voice steady. Clara exchanges a quick look with Mia, sensing the rising tension. We believe that knowledge can empower the community rather than create division. That's why we're doing this, she adds, support amplifying Mia's confidence. Mia notes the shift in Mr. Grayson's expression, a flicker of acknowledgement as he mulls over their statements. She understands that navigating this skepticism is part of their journey. It's about building trust and demonstrating their commitment to their shared heritage. Mia takes a moment to consider Mr. Grayson's concerns, realizing that she must navigate this delicate balance with care. We appreciate your input, and we definitely want to honor the traditions and the power of these stories, she says, her tone calm and respectful. Clara adds quickly, there's so much potential for community engagement if we share these findings properly. We're not trying to stir fear. We want to celebrate our heritage. Mia watches as the room buzzes with whispers among the historians, their expressions shifting from skepticism to thoughtful contemplation. Feeling encouraged, Mia continues, if we approach this together, acknowledging the dangers while also highlighting the beauty of our past, I believe we can make a real impact. Mr. Grayson crosses his arms, still weighing their words, but Mia can sense his resolve starting to soften. I understand your concerns, but a deeper understanding of our history will only enhance our appreciation for it, she concludes, her confidence bolstered as the atmosphere in the room begins to shift in her favor. As the discussion continues, Mia notices a shift in the atmosphere. The initial tension is slowly giving way to curiosity and openness among the historians. Mrs. Talbot, who had been quiet thus far, suddenly interjects. Mia, I believe you're onto something important here. If we can frame this gathering as a celebration rather than just an unveiling of secrets, it could engage even the most skeptical among us. Mia feels a surge of gratitude at Mrs. Talbot's support. That's exactly what we're aiming for. By highlighting the cultural significance rather than the dangers, we can create a dialogue that includes everyone. Clara leans forward, her excitement bubbling over. We could include workshops demonstrating the magic behind the rituals, showing their relevance in today's world. It would be a great way to involve the younger generation. Mia can sense the gears turning in the minds surrounding her. Excitement builds as they begin to brainstorm ideas for activities that blend education with celebration, strengthening the community's ties to their heritage. Ethan, previously hesitant, joins in with newfound enthusiasm. If we present it this way, I think people will be more receptive. It might even inspire them to share their own stories. Mia's heart swells with pride as she sees her team rallying around the idea, feeling more like a cohesive unit than before. Each voice adds to the tapestry of their plans, solidifying the commitment to honor their past while shaping a brighter future. With a sense of unity enveloping them, Mia looks around at her team, their expressions filled with hope and excitement. Let's create a timeline for the gathering, she suggests, her eyes sparkling with determination. We'll outline who will do what, so everyone knows their part. The team nods in agreement, and she feels the momentum building, a tangible energy buzzing in the room. Clara jumps in, eager to help. I can handle the publicity. If we promote it well, we'll draw in more people from the town, even those who are unsure. Great idea. And I'll reach out to the elders we talked about previously, Ethan adds, his confidence renewed. They can offer real insight and help bridge the gap with the community. Mia scribbles down their suggestions, feeling a thrill at the prospect of their combined efforts taking shape. As they finalize the details, a sense of purpose ignites within her, reminding Mia of their shared goal. She realizes how the collaborative spirit can turn the tide in their favor, allowing them to emerge stronger from any challenges that lie ahead. With their plans solidified, Mia knows that their commitment to the gathering will pave the way for deeper connections with the town and the magical history they seek to honor. Chapter 11. Forming Alliances. Mia stands at the front of the community hall, the atmosphere buzzing with anticipation as townspeople filter in, their curious faces reflecting the energy of the gathering. Tables are set with displays showcasing artifacts and photographs, illuminating the rich history they aim to celebrate. She feels a flutter of nerves, reminding herself of the importance of this moment. It's not just about the artifacts, but about reconnecting the community with its past. Clara adjusts a banner above the main table that reads, "Honoring Our Heritage," her eyes sparkling with excitement. Mia catches her breath, taking in the scene. The hall is filled with familiar faces, all drawn together by their shared history. "Are you ready for this?" Clara asks, glancing back at Mia with a reassuring smile. Mia nods, feeling determination rise within her. "Let's make this unforgettable," she replies, knowing that today is a pivotal point for their mission and the relationships they are building. As the gathering begins, Mia steps to the front and surveys the crowd, feeling a mix of excitement and vulnerability. She clears her throat, a hush falling over the attendees as they turn their attention toward her. "We're gathered here today to honor the rich history of our town and the magic that has shaped our lives," she begins, her voice steady as she reflects on their journey. Mia looks out at the faces, some familiar and others new, each person holding a connection to the stories she wants to tell. "Through recent discoveries, we've learned about the Protector's Mark and the significant role it plays in our heritage," she continues, emphasizing the importance of their findings. At the back of the room, Leo stands with arms crossed, a skeptical expression etched across his face. His presence is a reminder of the rivalry that lingers, but Mia pushes through the doubt, focusing on the positive energy surrounding her. She gestures toward the artifacts displayed on tables, a testament to their shared past. "Each piece here tells a story, and together we can ensure these stories are cherished and preserved for future generations," she declares, aiming to inspire unity. The audience begins to murmur in approval, and Mia feels her confidence swell, buoyed by the supportive energy of those gathered. This gathering signifies a turning point, one where they embrace not only the past, but also the collaborative spirit necessary to move forward. Mia continues to present their findings, her voice ringing with passion. As she speaks, the room feels charged with energy, the connection between past and present weaving through the gathering. "Together, we have the chance to honor the legacy left by our ancestors while shaping the future of our community," she urges, a sense of urgency in her tone. Leo shifts in his seat, a hint of skepticism clouding his features. "And what if these stories don't hold the truths you think they do? What if they lead us astray?" he challenges, his words cutting through the air. Mia pauses, the weight of the moment washing over her. "It's true that some stories may be distorted over time," she begins, meeting his gaze with unwavering determination. "But that's why we must explore them together, to uncover the truths that lie beneath." She can see the tension ripple through the audience, some nodding in agreement while others remain cautious. "Let's discuss our history openly. If there are truths to uncover and misunderstandings to resolve, we can address those together," she adds, trying to bridge the divides among the group. Gradually, the murmurs subside, and the audience seems to rally around her words, a flicker of hope igniting in the room as they consider the possibility of unity and understanding in their shared journey. Mia observes the reactions in the room, noticing how the tension between Leo's skepticism and her hope is beginning to shift. Clara leans in closer, sensing the atmosphere change, and whispers, "They're starting to see what we see." Mia takes heart in Clara's insight, feeling a deeper connection to her team. "This is just the beginning," she replies softly, glancing around at the familiar faces filled with varying degrees of trust and doubt. "Let's not just talk about the past. Let's also envision our future together," she continues, her voice gaining strength. "We can create workshops, storytelling sessions, and opportunities to engage with one another. This gathering is a chance to bring our histories into the light and honor them. A wave of murmurs ripples through the audience, and Mia captures the attention of the townspeople, who start to nod in agreement, rekindling their sense of community. Feeling the momentum build, she presses on. The more we know about our shared history, the better equipped we are to protect the magic and tradition that bind us. Leo's expression softens slightly, and Mia can sense the beginning of a thaw in their rivalry. If they can bridge this gap, it could herald a new era for their town and its heritage. In that moment, she knows she is ready to lead them into this new chapter, embracing their shared history while forging new paths forward. As the gathering progresses, the mood begins to transform, infused with a sense of unity and shared purpose. Mia glances around the room, observing the hopeful expressions on the faces of her neighbors and friends. The earlier tensions seem to have softened, replaced by a burgeoning excitement for what lies ahead. Clara stands up, enthusiasm evident in her posture. We should formalize the plans for our workshops and storytelling sessions right now. Let's get everyone involved. A wave of chatter erupts in response, attendees exchanging ideas and suggestions, their eagerness palpable. Mia feels a swell of pride at this, watching her community come together in support of the vision they've crafted. She steps forward, raising her hands to bring calm to the gathering. Let's take a moment to celebrate how far we've come. Each of you is vital to this process, and together we can make this event a true representation of our town's legacy. Her words resonate, and small murmurs of agreement ripple through the crowd. With Clara's encouragement, Mia opens the floor for feedback on the proposed activities, ensuring that everyone has a voice in how their shared story unfolds. As ideas flow freely, Mia feels a sense of fulfillment. Their collective enthusiasm not only supports their mission, but strengthens the bonds between them. In this moment, she recognizes the transformation that has occurred, not just within herself, but within the community as they unite for a common cause. As the evening draws to a close, Mia stands near the entrance of the community hall, basking in the warmth of camaraderie that fills the air. The laughter and chatter of townspeople echo around her, a celebration of their history and a commitment to their future. Mia observes Clara animatedly exchanging ideas with an elder, while Oliver mingles, encouraging others to join in the collaborative spirit. The positive energy surges through her, and she feels a sense of accomplishment for fostering a space where everyone feels involved. As the last of the guests begin to depart, Mia approaches Leo, who stands off to the side, observing the event with a neutral expression. "Thank you for joining us today. I hope you saw the value in what we're creating," she offers, trying to bridge the gap that had once divided them. He nods slowly, his demeanor shifting. "It's clear you've put in a lot of effort, and maybe I underestimated your determination. I appreciate the invitation," he admits, the tension between them loosening just a bit. Mia smiles, recognizing his acknowledgement as a small victory. We all have a role in this. The more we work together, the stronger our community becomes. As the last guests leave, Mia reflects on how her leadership has begun to reshape relationships within the town. There's a palpable sense of progress as she takes a deep breath, feeling the promise of new adventures awaiting them all. Chapter 12. Unraveling the Puzzle. Mia stands in front of the gathering crowd at the community hall, the excitement in the air palpable as they prepare to unveil the results of their research and efforts. The atmosphere buzzes with anticipation, a mix of familiar faces and newcomers eager to hear what they've been uncovering. As she glances at Clara and Oliver beside her, she feels the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders once again. "Thank you all for coming today," she begins, her voice carrying confidently, despite the flutter of nerves in her stomach. "We've gathered here to share what we've learned about our town's legacy and heritage." The murmurs fade, and she notices curious gazes focusing on her, the collective interest urging her to push through her insecurities. Mia opens up the collection of artifacts arranged on the table, highlighting their significance. Each piece tells a story that connects us to the past, and it's vital that we honor these connections moving forward. Feeling the weight of her words, she prepares to take them on a journey through both history and her vision for the future, embodying the role of a leader she has grown into throughout this adventure. As Mia continues her presentation, she highlights specific artifacts, their histories interwoven with the stories she has uncovered. With each explanation, she can feel the audience leaning in, their curiosity piqued. She gestures towards an intricately carved pendant, holding it up for all to see. This pendant belonged to one of our protectors, symbolizing their commitment to safeguarding magical knowledge. A ripple of intrigue flows through the crowd, and she notices a few nodding in recognition of their shared history. Mia takes a breath, her confidence bolstering as she adds, "Understanding these connections helps us appreciate the importance of preserving our heritage." As she speaks, the atmosphere shifts. The townsfolk begin to see the artifacts not just as remnants of the past, but as vital pieces of their community's identity. Suddenly, a voice from the back interrupts, questioning the value of the artifacts. "But how does knowing about these things affect us today?" a man asks, skepticism clear as he crosses his arms. Mia feels a momentary jolt of uncertainty as the challenge hangs in the air, but she quickly regains her focus, knowing that this is an opportunity to reinforce the importance of their mission. By understanding our history, we realize the lessons learned from those who came before us. We can ensure that the mistakes of the past don't repeat themselves. She replies, her voice steady now, infusing her words with urgency. The tension in the room is palpable, but Mia's determination shines through as she navigates the dialogue, affirming her commitment to the community and the mission they share. As the conversation unfolds, the mood in the room shifts, with some attendees nodding in agreement, while others still appear hesitant. Clara steps forward, sensing the tension and eager to lend support. "We've learned that these artifacts have the potential to educate our younger generations. They connect us to the stories of resilience and strength from our ancestors," she adds, her voice strong and confident. Mia watches as a few audience members lean in closer, intrigued by Clara's perspective. However, the skeptical man from before isn't convinced. "You talk about history as if it can solve all our problems, but what if the knowledge we uncover does more harm than good?" Feeling the weight of his challenge, Mia pauses, gathering her thoughts. She knows this is a pivotal moment. "Every story has its complexities," she replies, holding his gaze. "But to ignore our history is to accept ignorance. By facing the past head-on, we equip ourselves to make better choices for the future." Clara nods in agreement, supporting Mia's stance. "We believe that education brings strength. It's not about romanticizing the past, it's about learning from it." The air in the room thickens with consideration. Mia's confidence is bolstered by the support of her ally, and she feels a renewed sense of purpose surge within her. The dialogue is proving to be more fruitful than she had anticipated, showcasing the strength of their collective resolve. Mia feels a sense of resolve as she notices the hesitant attendees beginning to engage more openly with her words. She takes a step forward, her heart pounding with a mix of urgency and purpose. "We're not just here to uncover relics. We're here to create dialogue that fosters understanding. This town is built on the stories of its people, and we owe it to ourselves to honor those stories." At the mention of honoring stories, she sees Clara nodding vigorously, and the weight of communal spirit swells in the room. "Imagine if we could come together to explore our shared history as a community, turning potential conflict into collaboration," Clara adds, her voice passionate and filled with conviction. The skeptical man shifts in his seat, visibly torn between his ingrained doubts and the burgeoning enthusiasm around him. Feeling the shift in energy, Mia leans into it, her confidence growing. "Every story has its lessons, and that's where our strength lies," she asserts. "By learning from our past, we forge a brighter future." The atmosphere is thick with contemplation as Mia's words flow through the crowd, sparking new ideas and discussion. She realizes that this moment is a critical turning point for their mission, reinforcing her belief in the power of knowledge and the community's potential to come together. The atmosphere begins to shift noticeably as several townspeople exchange glances, their expressions softening as they digest Mia's words. Mia takes a moment to absorb the scene, a wave of relief washing over her as she recognizes the growing interest in the room. Clara moves closer to Mia, a smile breaking across her face. "You really got through to them. I can see it in their eyes," she whispers, her excitement infectious. Just then, the skeptical man raises his hand again. "You talk about collaboration, but what happens when we discover something dangerous? We need to be prepared for the realities of magic," he challenges, his voice firm but now tinged with curiosity. Mia nods, acknowledging his question. "Absolutely. We must remain vigilant and responsible, but it's also crucial to approach this journey with an open mind. Knowledge will guide us through." The group begins to murmur again, this time with more understanding, realizing that Mia's commitment to educating and collaborating is crucial to navigating the complexities of their history. Mia feels bolstered by the discussion, the atmosphere vibrant with a sense of unity. The initial skepticism is transforming into cautious optimism, and she knows they are on the verge of forging a powerful alliance born from their shared history and commitment. As the meeting wraps up, Mia feels a sense of accomplishment wash over her. The energy in the room has transformed. What began as skepticism has blossomed into collaborative spirit and eager anticipation for the upcoming gathering. "Thank you all for your openness and willingness to engage," she says, her voice steady and warm. "Together, we can shape the future of our community, honoring our history while safeguarding it." The townspeople respond with nods and murmurs of agreement, a feeling of unity woven among them. Clara stands up, her enthusiasm infectious. "Let's keep the momentum going. We should set up a schedule for gathering stories and connecting with other residents," she suggests, her eyes shining with excitement. Mia smiles at Clara's initiative, feeling a reinforcement of their shared purpose. "Absolutely. The more we involve everyone, the stronger our community will be," she affirms, ready to lead the next steps. As the townsfolk begin to exchange ideas and forge connections, Mia realizes how far they've come, not just in their mission, but in the relationships they've built. The sense of possibility surrounds her, and with it the anticipation for the journey ahead feels endless. Chapter 13, Rising to the Challenge. Mia stands at the edge of the forest, a sense of urgency coursing through her veins as she prepares for the venture into Leo's territory to retrieve the stolen artifact. The sunlight filters through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground, and she takes a moment to collect her thoughts before stepping into the unknown. Her heart pounds as she reflects on the discussions she has had with her team about dealing with rivals, knowing this confrontation could shift the balance of power in town. "Are we ready for this?" Clara asks, her voice breaking through Mia's thoughts as she approaches with a determined look in her eyes. "We have to be. We've prepared as much as we can," Mia replies, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders. As the team assembles around her, she notes the shared anxiety, but also the determination in their expressions. "Remember, our goal is to retrieve the artifact peacefully, if possible. We can't let anger dictate our actions." Clara and Ethan nod, a sense of camaraderie forming as they stand united. Mia knows that in this moment, their commitment to each other is just as vital as the mission at hand. As Mia leads her team deeper into the forest, she feels the tension rise with every passing moment. The sound of quickened footsteps crunching on leaves fills the air, each step echoing her commitment to their mission. They traverse a narrow path, the thick foliage closing in around them, and Mia reminds herself to stay vigilant. She knows the stakes are high, and every decision counts. Suddenly, Ethan stops, scanning the area. "Do you think Leo will be expecting us? Should we take a different route?" Mia considers his words, grappling with his concerns. "We need to show confidence. If we change our path now, it might make us seem uncertain," she replies, maintaining her focus on their goal. Clara, catching the uncertainty in the air, interjects. "Maybe we could split into smaller groups to cover more ground and approach from different angles. It could throw them off." Mia nods, appreciating the suggestion. "That's a good idea. If we move strategically, we stand a better chance. Let's stick to the original plan, but remain adaptable." Feeling the support of her teammates reinforces her resolve as they continue forward, prepared to navigate whatever surprises lie ahead. As they navigate the winding forest paths, Mia senses the tension among her team, each member keenly aware of the potential confrontation ahead. Ethan keeps glancing around, his eyes scanning the shadows as if expecting Leo's group to jump out from behind the trees at any moment. What if this was all a trap? He asks quietly, his voice filled with uncertainty. Mia turns to him, maintaining her composure. We need to trust in our preparation. We've done the research, we know our strengths, and we're united, she assures, her confidence imbued with sincerity. Just then, Clara picks up on the hesitation in Ethan's voice. It's okay to be concerned, but remember why we're doing this. It's about our town and our history, she adds, her supportive tone helping to ground the group. Mia nods in agreement, appreciating the solidarity among them. Exactly. We're here to reclaim what belongs to us. Let's keep our focus on that. As they approach the clearing where Leo's group is rumored to be hiding, Mia can feel her heart pounding in her chest. The adrenaline surges as she senses the moment of truth drawing near, a mix of excitement and anxiety forming an electric tension in the air. With determination lighting her path, she steels herself for what lies ahead, knowing that their journey rests on the decisions they make in the coming moments. As they reach the clearing, Mia signals for the group to stop, her pulse quickening as she surveys the scene. Leo's group is gathered nearby, their backs turned as they huddle around a small campfire, engaged in discussion. The tension in the air is palpable, and Mia feels the weight of the moment settle upon her. Okay, this is it, she whispers, glancing around at her team. We need to approach this carefully. Let's see if we can negotiate first, and if things escalate, we'll fall back on our plan. Clara nods, her expression resolute, while Ethan looks back at her, a hint of uncertainty still lingering in his eyes. Just be cautious. You don't know how they'll react, he warns, brushing a branch aside. Mia straightens her posture, harnessing the confidence she has built throughout their journey. I will. We're prepared for this. Remember, we're stronger together, and we're not backing down, she affirms, her conviction echoing in the air. As they move closer, she raises her voice to project confidence. Hey, Leo, she calls out, striding forward without hesitation. We need to talk about what's been happening. We have things to discuss concerning our community and the legacy we all share. Leo turns, surprise flashing across his features, but beneath it, Mia detects a hint of skepticism. She feels the moment hanging in the balance, aware that her ability to navigate this confrontation could redefine everything for them. The air is thick with tension as Leo's group turns to face Mia, surprise quickly giving way to suspicion. Why should I even listen to you? Leo replies, crossing his arms with a smirk. Mia takes a steadying breath, her heart pounding as she prepares to respond. Because we all have a stake in this, Leo. The artifacts belong to our community, and together we can protect our shared heritage instead of letting it be a point of conflict. She raises her gaze, meeting the eyes of the men beside Leo, gauging their reactions. Their expressions are guarded, but Mia presses on. We're all historians in our own right. It's time to put aside our differences and find common ground. The murmurs ripple through Leo's group, and Mia senses a flicker of doubt in some of them, a realization that perhaps their rivalry serves no one. For a moment, Leo hesitates, but the doubt shifts into a challenging glare. And what's in it for us, he retorts, unwilling to let go of the competitive edge entirely. Mia replies firmly, by working together, we can enhance our understanding of the town's legacy. This isn't about glory, it's about preserving history for the future. The challenge lingers, but Mia's conviction shines through her words. She can feel the energy in the air shift ever so slightly, a crack forming in the wall that has separated their two groups. It's a glimmer of possibility that she insists on nurturing, knowing that this moment could change the course of their mission. After a moment of silence, Leo shifts his weight, contemplating Mia's words. Finally, he uncrosses his arms, a subtle signal that he's considering the direction of the conversation. Let's say I entertain this, he begins, his tone cautious. What's your plan? How do we move forward without stepping on each other's toes? Mia senses the pivotal nature of this moment. We can set up a committee with representatives from both groups to oversee the artifacts and coordinate our research. By sharing our findings, we can learn from each other, she proposes, her voice steady and hopeful. Clara, standing beside Mia, chimes in. It's about collective knowledge. If we collaborate, We can do more for our community than we could separately. The others in Leo's group exchange uncertain glances before Leo responds, and what guarantee do we have that you won't pull rank once you've got what you want? Mia feels the skepticism still lingers, but she stands firm. Transparency and openness, that's the foundation of this collaboration. If you're willing to work with us, we'll ensure everyone has a voice. The growing tension begins to shift ever so slightly, and Mia can see Leo weighing his options. She knows that the next moment could define their future interactions. Fine, he finally concedes with a reluctant sigh. We'll give it a shot. But if I sense any deception or betrayal, this alliance will end before it even starts. Mia nods, feeling a mix of triumph and relief. This chance to unite their efforts represents not only a victory for her mission, but the beginning of a new chapter in their dynamic, one grounded in mutual respect and the shared goal of preserving their town's legacy. Chapter 14. Learning from the Expert. The sun rises over the town, casting long shadows as Mia prepares for the day ahead. Today's the day they will begin the first workshop, a collaborative effort to share the stories of their history and the importance of the artifacts. Mia stands in front of the bookshop, reviewing her notes and checking supplies, a mix of excitement and nerves stirring within her. Clara arrives, bouncing on her heels, her energy infectious. I can't believe it's finally happening. Are you ready? Mia glances at her with a smile, trying to project confidence. As ready as I'll ever be. I want to make sure we honor the community's stories. Clara pulls out a small box filled with materials for the workshop. I've got scrolls, colored pens, everything we need for the interactive activities, she says, her enthusiasm evident. Perfect. Let's make sure we set up the tables for the guests. I want everyone to feel like part of the process. As they prepare the space, Mia reflects on how far they have come, both in their knowledge and the relationships they've fostered. Once the preparations are complete, she glances around, watching as attendees begin to file in, her heart racing with anticipation for the connections they are about to make. As the attendees settle into their chairs, Mia feels a rush of excitement wash over her, mingling with nerves as she glances at the gathering crowd. She takes a moment to compose herself, observing familiar faces mixed with newcomers, each person representing a connection to the stories they are about to share. Mia steps to the front of the room, her heart pounding as she surveys the eager audience. Thank you all for coming today. I'm thrilled to see so many of you here, ready to engage with our town's history, she begins, her voice ringing with earnestness. Clara stands beside her, ready to assist, nodding encouragingly as Mia continues. Today, we'll explore the Protector's Mark and its significance, learning together about how our history shapes who we are. She gestures toward the materials on the tables, cold, colorful pens sitting beside blank pages, inviting creativity. Feel free to draw, write, and share your memories of the things we discuss. Let's weave our individual stories into a larger tapestry that honors our heritage, Mia encourages, igniting a spark of engagement among the attendees. As she speaks, she notices a quiet group in the corner, exchanging skeptical looks. It's a mix of old-timers and curious newcomers, and Mia acknowledges them with determination as she emphasizes the importance of respect for the knowledge being shared. Your experiences matter to our understanding and preservation of this legacy, she urges, hoping to build bridges with their hesitance. The air fills with anticipation, and Mia feels the potential for connections swell around her, ready to break through barriers and foster a sense of community. As the workshop begins, Mia divides the attendees into smaller groups, encouraging them to share their thoughts and experiences related to the Protector's Mark. She walks around, listening intently to the discussions that spring up, feeling the energy flow through the room. In one group, an elder named Mr. Hargrove speaks passionately, sharing stories from his childhood about the rituals his family observed by the river. Those were times of great significance, he explains, his voice rich with nostalgia. We believed the mark protected us from harm during the festivals. In another corner, Clara facilitates an activity where participants sketch their interpretations of the Protector's Mark, her enthusiasm prompting laughter and creativity. Mia notices a few younger attendees hesitating, unsure of whether to participate. She approaches them with a friendly smile. "What do you think of the stories you've heard? Have you heard anything from your families?" she asks, seeking to engage them. One young girl finally speaks up, her voice soft but clear. "My grandmother used to tell us stories about the magic at the old oak. I didn't believe them, but now it feels different." Mia cherishes this moment, realizing that sharing stories provides an opportunity to connect generations, bridging the gap between belief and understanding. As she continues to encourage participation, Mia feels the bonds among them strengthen, her own growth reflected in how she nurtures the conversation, instilling a sense of safety and respect that fosters openness. As the workshop progresses, Mia circulates the room, listening to the varied responses and ideas shared among the groups. She observes how the older residents reveal their richness of experience, their stories painting vivid images of the past. The younger participants listen closely, their eyes wide with curiosity. A moment of tension arises when one of the skeptical older fishermen, Mr. Grayson, speaks up during a discussion. "What if this mark brings back memories best forgotten? Not all magic is good, you know," he cautions, his voice somber. Mia takes a deep breath, contemplating his words. "That's true, Mr. Grayson, but confronting those memories is essential for understanding our roots," she replies, firmly but gently. "We can't erase the past, but we can learn from it to guide us in the present." The room goes quiet as Mia's words hang in the air. Seeing a mix of contemplation and concern among the attendees, she adds, "By sharing our experiences and embracing both the light and darkness of our history, we grow stronger as a community." Clara nods, stepping in with a supportive smile. It's about forming connections, finding strength in what we share, both the struggles and the joys. The quiet murmurs of agreement ripple through the crowd. Mia can feel the shift, the atmosphere transforming into one of respect and understanding. This moment underscores her commitment to fostering an environment where even the most difficult discussions can lead to healing and unity, demonstrating her growth as a leader who embraces the complexities of their history. As the discussions continue, Mia senses a renewed energy filling the room, the townspeople engaging more openly than before. "How about we share what we've learned today with a display at the upcoming festival?" Clara suggests, her excitement infectious. It could be the perfect opportunity to showcase our findings and invite more stories from the community. Mia's heart races at the idea, and she smiles widely. "That's a brilliant idea, Clara. We can create a space for artifacts and stories that encourages everyone to contribute." The buzz of excitement grows as they brainstorm more ideas. Mia feels the room pulsate with possibilities. Meanwhile, another resident, Mrs. Hargrove, chimes in. "I have some old photographs that could add to the display. They've been in my family for years," she says, her voice proud yet tinged with nostalgia. Mia beams at the offer, realizing how community involvement could elevate their project. "That would be wonderful. Every contribution adds richness to our narrative." With each suggestion and shared memory, Mia feels her leadership solidify. The earlier doubts begin to fade as allies rally around the common goal. This gathering, once marked by uncertainty, is blossoming into a celebration of the town's legacy, igniting a shared sense of purpose that strengthens their bond and promises an exciting journey ahead. As the meeting reaches its conclusion, Mia stands in front of her team, a sense of fulfillment washing over her. The hall is alive with chatter and laughter, the atmosphere now warm and inviting as everyone begins collaborating on the festival plans. She looks around at the faces of the townspeople, seeing the excitement and renewed hope reflected in their eyes. "Thank you all for your contributions today. This is just the beginning," she says, her voice steady and filled with conviction. Clara leans in, whispering, "I can't believe how much we've accomplished. It feels like the community is really coming together." Mia nods, feeling a deep sense of pride. "We're building something important, something that honors our shared history." As people gather their things to leave, Mia overhears snippets of conversations about sharing more stories and bringing friends to the festival. The momentum is palpable, and the potential for future connections feels limitless. With a smile, she realizes how far they've come, not just in uncovering artifacts, but in strengthening bonds within their community. This gathering has set the stage for meaningful change and greater understanding, an exciting promise for the adventures awaiting them ahead. Chapter 15, Applying Knowledge. Mia stands in front of the artifact display at the festival, the vibrant colors and lively atmosphere surrounding her. Families wander by, children laughing as they explore the exhibits and listen to stories shared by community members. Mia glances at the artifacts, each one carefully placed, glowing with significance under the warm sunlight. Her heart swells with pride, knowing that this gathering is not just a celebration, but a testament to their hard work and shared history. As she watches a group of children sketch the protector's mark, their faces filled with curiosity, she realizes how far they have come, a journey of connection, understanding, and growth. Feeling the energy of the event, Mia steps forward to engage the attendees, eager to facilitate conversations about the treasures and the stories they carry. Mia eagerly approaches a group of townsfolk gathered around an old photograph display, their laughter mingling with the chatter of the festival. "Can anyone tell me about this image?" she asks, pointing to a black and white photo of a past festival, people in traditional clothing dancing around the old oak tree. An elderly woman speaks up, her voice filled with nostalgia. "That was a celebration of the spring equinox. Back in my youth, we honored the tree and what it stood for: life, growth, and our connection to magic." Mia listens, captivated by the stories that unfold, her heart racing as these connections to the past come alive. She encourages others to share their stories, fostering an engaging dialogue that fills the air with warmth and camaraderie. As more people gather, Clara joins her, chiming in with details about the artifacts displayed nearby, connecting them back to the stories being shared. The energy of the gathering pulsates around them, reinforcing Mia's belief in the power of community and shared history, and she feels a deep sense of fulfillment as connections are forged and friendships rekindled. As conversations flow, Mia notices a flicker of hesitation in some faces, particularly among the older generation who have lived through the town's more tumultuous times. One man, Mr. Hargrove, speaks up, his brows furrowed with concern. "Sharing these stories is all well and good, but what happens when we dig too deep? Some tales are better left untold, especially those of loss and regret." The atmosphere shifts slightly, tensions surfacing amid the joy of the festival, and Mia feels the weight of his words hanging in the air. "Mr. Hargrove, I understand your concerns," she replies, striving to maintain an open dialogue, "but we believe that confronting our history, both the joyous and the painful, can help us heal and strengthen the bonds within our community." Clara, sensing the shift, adds, "Every story is part of our identity, and by sharing them, we honor those who live them. It brings us closer to understanding each other." Mia watches as Mr. Hargrove considers their perspectives, the tension in his posture easing just slightly. "Let's not shy away from the uncomfortable truths," Mia pushes gently, feeling a newfound strength in her voice. "We can navigate this together, supporting one another as we uncover our past." The crowd begins to murmur in agreement, and Mia senses a turning point in the conversation, recognizing that open discussions about their history can empower and unite them, even when the truths are hard to face. The discussions shift as more townsfolk begin to share their own stories, surprising Mia with their openness. An older woman named Mrs. Jenkins stands, her voice trembling but filled with resolve. "My family lost everything during the last storm. It drove us away from the river we cherished. But learning about the past has helped me heal." Mia feels a knot in her throat, recognizing the complexity of emotions swirling within the crowd. "Thank you for sharing that, Mrs. V. Jenkins," she responds, her own voice steady with compassion. "By speaking of our losses, we can learn how to protect what we have left." Several others chime in, recounting their own tales of hardship and survival, each story weaving into the fabric of their community's collective memory. Mia watches as bonds begin to form, mutual understanding blossoming as they realize they're not alone in their struggles. The transformation in the air is palpable. Resentment and anxiety dissolve into empathy and solidarity. Mia feels proud to have fostered a space where such vulnerable narratives can be shared, recognizing how her growth as a leader allows her to effectively navigate these complex emotions. This moment reinforces her belief in the power of community to come together, healing through shared stories. As the gathering progresses, Mia feels a swell of gratitude for the stories shared, their collective history reverberating through the hall. She scans the faces in the crowd, noticing the mixture of emotions, from relief to renewed hope as they connect over their shared experiences. Just then, Clara catches Mia's eye and grins, her excitement bubbling. "We need to make sure this continues beyond today. What if we created a regular storytelling circle? It could become a space for everyone to share their memories," she suggests, her enthusiasm infectious. Mia's heart races at the thought. "Yes, that would be an excellent way to keep these connections alive and encourage ongoing dialogue," she replies, her confidence blooming. The idea spreads quickly among the townsfolk, and conversations spark about potential locations and formats. Mia can feel the energy of collaboration building, reinforcing the foundation they've laid together. As discussions swirl around her, the earlier tension and doubt seem but a distant memory. Mia realizes that by fostering this environment of sharing, they're not just preserving history, they're actively shaping a community where everyone feels valued and involved. In this moment, she feels truly empowered, ready to lead her community into a future where their shared legacy is celebrated and honored. As the gathering comes to a close, Mia stands at the front, absorbing the energy in the room. People begin to mingle, sharing laughter and stories, the warmth of community filling the space. "Thank you all for being part of this," she calls out, her voice steady and filled with sincerity. "Let's continue to honor our history together and keep these conversations alive." With a smile, she watches faces light up, newfound excitement reflecting their commitment to preserving the town's legacy. Oliver approaches her, his expression bright. "You really pulled it together today, Mia," he says, admiration evident in his voice. Mia feels a rush of pride at his words. "I couldn't have done it without everyone's support. It's about the community, not just me," she replies, knowing how collaboration has transformed their efforts. She looks around the room, observing people discussing future plans for the storytelling circle they've envisioned. She notes the bonds forming, knowing that each connection strengthens their collective history. This day marks a turning point, where their shared ambition becomes a living tapestry, binding them all together as they step confidently into the next chapter of their journey. Chapter 16, Facing a Major Obstacle. Mia stands at the edge of the river, the sun setting behind her, casting a warm glow over the water's surface. She feels a sense of urgency as she reviews the notes from her earlier meetings, her mind racing with the gathering plans for the next step in their quest. Today, she and her team are scheduled to return to the old oak tree to further explore the markings and gather any remaining artifacts. But as she looks across the river, a flash of movement catches her eye. Leo's group is visible on the opposite bank, setting up their own equipment, an unmistakable sign that they're planning to make their move. A wave of frustration washes over her. "We can't let them beat us to the artifacts. We need to act fast," she mutters, a mix of determination and anxiety swirling within her. Mia quickly gathers her team, feeling the weight of leadership resting heavily on her shoulders. "We need to get to the oak before they do. Let's move." Their footsteps quicken as they race along the riverside, the stakes higher than ever. Mia's team quickly navigates the familiar pathway towards the old oak tree, adrenaline fueling their strides. Mia glances back frequently, ensuring the group stays close together, feeling the urgency of the moment sharpen their focus. "Stay alert. We don't know how Leo's team might react," she instructs, her tone steady despite the racing thoughts in her mind. As they reach the clearing, she feels a jolt of anticipation mixed with anxiety at the sight of the oak, its powerful presence a reminder of their shared history. However, as they approach the area, Mia feels a knot tighten in her stomach. There are signs of disturbance around the tree, scattered leaves and an overturned stone, indicators that someone has already been there. "Something's not right," Clara whispers, her eyes darting around the clearing as she scans the area for any sign of Leo's crew. Mia nods, her instincts sharpening. "We need to proceed cautiously. Let's split up and check the perimeter. We can reconvene at the tree." Her colleagues nod in agreement, and as they disperse, Mia's heart pounds with determination. She knows that they must act decisively, turning their anxiety into a responsive strategy that draws on her growing leadership skills. As Mia circles around the perimeter of the clearing, her senses heighten. The forest feels alive with tension, the whispers of rustling leaves amplifying her instincts. She scans the trees for any signs of movement, her heart pounding with anticipation. Suddenly, she spots a flash of red fabric snagged on a branch, a piece of Leo's jacket, likely left behind during a hasty retreat. Mia rushes back toward the oak, her mind racing with possibilities. The implications of Leo's presence gnaw at her. They must have been here searching for the artifacts too. "Did you find anything?" Clara asks as Mia reaches her, breathless with urgency. "Just a piece of Leo's jacket." "They were definitely here," Mia replies, her voice firm as she assesses the situation. "We need to act quickly. Let's regroup and decide our next move." Clara glances at the oak tree, concern evident in her eyes. "What if they come back? What are we going to do?" Mia feels the weight of responsibility settle on her, but she draws on the strength from her previous experiences. "We'll be ready. Let's set up a lookout and prepare our defenses. We can't let them take what we've uncovered." Her words resonate with the rest of the team, who gather around, their expressions reflecting both unease and determination. They recognize the gravity of the situation, ready to support Mia as they prepare for whatever challenges come next. Mia gathers the team close, her voice steady as she outlines their plan. "We need to create a barrier around the artifacts while keeping an eye on the surroundings," she instructs, her confidence infusing the group with purpose. "Clara, you and Ethan scout further ahead and watch for any signs of Leo and his team. I'll set up the defenses here." Clara nods, her resolve evident. "We can find ways to conceal the artifacts while making sure we can access them quickly if needed." Ethan looks across the clearing, anxiety still evident. "Are you sure this is the right move?" "If we fail to protect them," Mia responds quickly, "we won't fail. We've learned too much to let this slip away. Our unity is our greatest strength." With urgency, the team disperses, each member tackling their assigned tasks. Mia feels the adrenaline surge as she begins arranging the barriers, using fallen branches and brush to obscure their findings. As she works, memories of their earlier discussions flow through her mind, reinforcing her dedication to both the artifacts and the community. She understands all too well that failure would mean not just a loss of artifacts, but a step back from the mission they have worked so hard to accomplish. This realization drives her to focus and adapt, fueling her determination as she prepares for the confrontation ahead. As Mia finishes setting up the barriers, she takes a moment to assess their surroundings. The forest is quiet now, the storm having passed, but the tension in the air remains. She knows that Leo and his team could strike at any moment. "Everyone, stay alert. We need to be ready," she calls out, her voice unwavering. Clara and Ethan return, sharing that they haven't spotted Leo yet, but the unease in their expressions tells Mia that they're all on edge. "Let's not risk being caught off guard again," she instructs, her pulse racing. "We'll establish a lookout and rotate shifts. If we stay vigilant, we'll be able to anticipate their moves." Ethan, visibly nervous but eager to contribute, looks at Mia with a newfound respect. "I'm with you. Let's do this right." Mia feels the weight of leadership pressing down, but she channels her determination into action. With a focused mind, she assigns specific tasks and ensures everyone understands the plan, exhibiting the organizational skills she has developed. As they work together, she feels an undeniable sense of growth within herself, a realization that her responsibilities extend beyond just protecting the artifacts. They encompass the safety and unity of her team. This internal strength is vital as they brace for the test ahead. As the final preparations take shape, Mia gathers her team one last time, the air thick with anticipation. "Remember, our strength lies in our unity. We need to communicate and support one another no matter what happens," she emphasizes, looking each member in the eye to instill confidence. Clara nods, her enthusiasm unwavering. "We've got this. We know our roles and can adapt as needed." Ethan takes a deep breath, visibly calmer now as he speaks up. "If we stick to the plan, I believe we can handle whatever Leo throws at us." Mia feels a wave of relief wash over her as the team's spirits rise. their camaraderie a powerful force within the clearing. The earlier tension seems to dissolve into a determination that binds them. With one last glance at the makeshift defenses, she feels a surge of confidence. Let's show them what we're capable of. We are not just guarding artifacts, we are safeguarding our community's history. As they take their positions, preparing for the confrontation, Mia realizes how her growth has prepared her for this moment. The lessons learned along the way have equipped her to navigate the layers of complexity in their mission, ready to face the challenges that lie ahead with newfound resolve. Chapter 17, Navigating Conflict. Mia stands with her team at the edge of the clearing, the air tense with anticipation as they prepare for the confrontation with Leo. Each member's resolve is written on their faces, a blend of determination and anxiety, reflecting the weight of the moment. Remember what we discussed, Mia reminds them, her voice steady. This isn't just about retrieving artifacts, it's about protecting our history and proving that we can work together. Clara shifts slightly, brushing back a lock of hair. What if Leo doesn't want to negotiate, she asks, her voice tinged with concern. Mia glances at Clara, noticing the doubt still lingering in her friend's eyes. Then we adapt. We stick to our mission and ensure we don't lose sight of what we came here for, she replies, emphasizing their shared goal. As they move closer to the center of the clearing, Mia spots Leo and his group, already waiting and strategizing. Her stomach knots with the realization that they may not receive the warm reception she hopes for. Stay close and let's approach with confidence, she instructs, feeling the weight of leadership settle more heavily upon her shoulders. Each decision they make now could tip the balance, and she knows it's up to her to guide them through this critical moment. As Mia steps forward, her heart pounds in her chest, each beat echoing the weight of the moment. Leo's eyes lock onto hers, a mixture of surprise and skepticism flickering across his expression. The air thickens with tension as the two groups stand poised, waiting for the first move. "We need to talk, Leo," Mia calls out, her voice steady despite the nervous energy coursing through her. "What's happened between our groups has gone on long enough. We're here to seek cooperation, not conflict." Leo smirks, crossing his arms as he takes a step closer. "Cooperation?" he scoffs. "You think I'm going to let you just waltz in and take what's rightfully ours?" Mia feels a spark of frustration but holds her ground. "This isn't just about what's rightfully yours. It's about what belongs to the community as a whole. We all have a stake in protecting our heritage," she asserts, allowing her passion to shine through. Clara glances at Mia, her eyes conveying encouragement, while Ethan watches nervously, still uncertain of the unfolding dynamics. "Listen to her, Leo," Clara chimes in, stepping forward. "We're trying to preserve the town's legacy. This isn't just for us, it's for future generations." Mia can feel the shift in the atmosphere as the others consider Clara's words, and she knows the next few moments could determine the future of their mission. As the tension hangs in the air, Mia can see uncertainty flicker across the faces in Leo's group. Ethan takes a tentative step forward, his voice steadying as he adds, "We're not here to claim ownership. We want to learn and share what we find for the benefit of everyone." Mia nods, thankful for his support, knowing that it reinforces their collective message. Leo narrows his eyes, contemplating the weight of their words. "You expect me to trust you after everything that's happened? How do I know you won't use this against us?" he challenges, skepticism evident in his tone. Feeling the pressure of his scrutiny, Mia takes a deep breath, her determination solidifying. "Trust is built through actions, not just words. Let us show you what we're working towards," she replies, her voice resonant with conviction. Mia glances at Clara, who offers a small smile of encouragement, buoying her confidence. She knows they must navigate this critical moment skillfully, and every word counts as they aim to bridge the gap between their groups. "We could collaborate on the artifacts and plan for community events," Mia continues, offering a way forward. "Together, we can create a shared legacy that honors the magic and history of our town." Mia watches as the tension in Leo's group begins to shift, uncertainty clouding his expression. His team exchanges glances, some showing signs of contemplation, while others remain rigid in their defenses. "Collaborate? Why would we benefit from working with you?" Leo asks, skepticism still present in his voice, but the edge of arrogance appears slightly dulled. We all face challenges that can only be solved together. By sharing our knowledge, we can unlock the potential of our histories, Mia responds, her voice unwavering as she stresses the value of unity. Clara speaks up, her enthusiasm shining through. Imagine what we could accomplish if we combined our resources. Learning from one another would enrich both our teams. For a moment, Leo seems taken aback by their proposal. The room feels charged with anticipation, each member waiting for him to respond. Mia feels her heart race, knowing that their future interactions hinge on this pivotal moment. She stands tall, embodying the resolve she has cultivated throughout their journey, fully aware of the responsibility that comes with inviting collaboration. After a moment of silence, Leo uncrosses his arms, weighing Mia's and Clara's words. "I'll consider it," he finally says, a hint of reluctance in his tone. "But if we do this, you'd better be prepared to back up your claims with action. I'm not interested in empty promises." Mia nods, feeling a rush of relief wash over her. "We understand, Leo. We're committed to demonstrating our intentions through our work," she replies, her voice resolute. Clara jumps in, adding, "This could be a turning point for both our groups. Imagine what we could accomplish together." Mia watches as the skepticism in Leo's group begins to soften, intrigued looks replacing the earlier tension. In that moment, she feels the weight of her leadership shift to something lighter, buoyed by their willingness to explore new possibilities. The conversation opens pathways for teamwork and collaboration, and Mia recognizes that their experiences and challenges have shaped her into a leader who can inspire trust, marking a crucial advancement in their mission. With the tentative agreement hanging in the air, Mia feels a surge of hope as they begin to discuss potential next steps. "Let's map out a timeline for our collaboration," she suggests, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "We can start with a community workshop to gather even more insights and stories." Leo's expression shifts, curiosity creeping in as he nods slowly, warming to the idea. "If we work together on the presentation, we might attract a larger audience," he muses, considering the possibilities. Mia exchanges glances with Clara, gratitude filling her as she realizes the power of standing united. "Exactly. We can incorporate both of our findings to create a richer experience for the community," she replies, feeling their shared goals solidifying into a tangible plan. The team begins to chatter excitedly, voices overlapping as ideas flow. Mia can feel the bonds among the group strengthen, each member leaning into the collaboration with renewed vigor. This moment cements her belief in their capacity to inspire change together. As they outline their plans, Mia realizes that the willingness to adapt and collaborate will set the stage not only for their current endeavors, but also for endless possibilities ahead. Chapter 18, A Decisive Commitment. The day of the community workshop arrives, and Mia stands in front of the gathered crowd, anticipation buzzing in the air. She glances around the room, taking in the familiar faces of her friends, neighbors, and even a few skeptics from Leo's group, all gathered to share their history. Mia can feel the energy crackling around her, a blend of excitement and uncertainty as she prepares to present their collaborative findings. "Welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here today," she begins, her voice steady and confident. "We're excited to share what we've learned about our town's magic and history." As she speaks, she casts a glance at Clara and Oliver, who stand by her side, ready to support her during this pivotal moment. Mia takes a deep breath, knowing how important this gathering is, not just for the information they'll share, but for reinforcing the bonds within their community. Today, we have stories, artifacts, and discussions prepared to engage everyone in understanding our intertwined legacies, she continues, her heart racing with purpose. The realization of what they've achieved fuels her passion, pushing her forward to confront any lingering doubts around their endeavors. Mia walks the audience through their findings, her words weaving a tapestry of history and magic. She holds up the carved stone, its intricate details glistening in the light. "This is the Protector's Mark, an emblem tied deeply to our community's heritage. It connects us to the past and carries the weight of our stories." Gasps of intrigue ripple through the crowd, and she can feel their curiosity galvanizing as she continues to flesh out the stories behind each artifact surrounding her. We believe that understanding these connections will empower us to protect our culture and magic, she emphasizes, her voice rising with passion and conviction. As she speaks, she notes the faces of the townsfolk closely. Clara watches with admiration, while Ethan seems engaged in the reactions of the skeptics, silently gauging their interest. Just then, Leo leans against the back wall, arms crossed, his expression revealing a blend of skepticism and contemplation. Mia steels herself but focuses on the majority as she delivers her message, feeling more prepared than ever to lead them through this pivotal moment. Her heart beats steadily, and she feels a sense of unity growing in the room, ready to embrace whatever responses may come. As Mia continues her presentation, Leo's skepticism surfaces once more. You say you want to protect our culture, but how do we know those artifacts won't lead to more trouble? What if they bring back old conflicts? The room quiets, and Mia feels a moment of tension shift through the crowd as eyes turn to her, seeking reassurance. Every story does contain complexities and needs to be approached with care, Mia responds, meeting Leo's gaze with confidence. But it is our responsibility to decide how we move forward, learning from the past while protecting our future. Ignoring history only leaves us vulnerable to repeating it. A murmur of agreement ripples through the audience, and she notes some heads nodding in recognition of her logic. Clara steps forward, adding, "We need to redefine our relationship with these artifacts. They aren't just relics. They're living stories that connect us to our past and help us forge a better future." Mia feels the energy shift again, a positive rapport building as others begin to engage, expressing their thoughts and concerns, fueling a discussion that feels productive. Recognizing the opportunity to strengthen ties, she leans into the moment, encouraging the crowd to share their own experiences with the history of the town. In doing so, she witnesses the potential for collaboration blossoming before her eyes, reinforcing her leadership and commitment to the mission. Mia feels a surge of energy as the discussion grows more animated, townspeople exchanging stories and ideas with renewed enthusiasm. She watches as one elder stands to share his insights, recounting tales of the river's magic and the rituals that once took place. His voice quivers with age but resonates with authority, capturing the room's attention. "Magic has always been part of our roots," he says, emphasizing the importance of preserving the stories to ensure their survival. Nods of agreement ripple through the audience, and Mia feels the weight of responsibility shift into something lighter as the crowd embraces the connection he's made between the past and present. By learning from our shared history, we can create a future that respects our traditions while thriving in the present, she adds, hoping to cement the sense of purpose growing around them. As conversations spark among attendees, Mia sees friendships and alliances forming, knitting the community closer together. She realizes that this moment is more than just the sharing of stories. It's a collective acknowledgement of their legacy, an affirmation that they are all guardians of their history. As the stories continue to flow, Mia can feel the momentum building throughout the room. The warmth of shared experiences radiates from the group, and she feels a rush of gratitude for the connections unfolding before her. "Let's not forget the importance of honoring the stories we share," she encourages, raising her voice above the chatter. "Every tale has shaped our lives and this town. By acknowledging our history, we empower ourselves to face the future together." The crowd nods, the atmosphere thick with understanding and respect. Oliver stands nearby, a satisfied smile on his face as he watches the transformation in the room. "I can see how much this means to everyone," he comments, his admiration evident. Mia's heart swells at his words, feeling the validation of her leadership. "It means everything," she replies, "and it's just the beginning of creating a legacy together." As the discussion unfolds, laughter and camaraderie replace the tension that once lingered, reinforcing the bonds formed through shared stories. Mia knows they are at a crucial turning point, rallying around their history while forging a path forward. As the gathering wraps up, Mia watches the townspeople exchanging contact information and promising to share more stories in the future. The atmosphere is electric with possibility, a tangible sense of connection blossoming among them. "I'll spread the word to some of the younger folks," Clara suggests, her enthusiasm reflecting the collective spirit they've created. "They need to hear this, about our history and what we can build together." "Absolutely," Mia replies, gratitude swelling in her chest. "The more voices we have, the stronger our message will be." As they say their goodbyes, Mia overhears snippets of conversations, people excitedly discussing how they can remain involved and engaged. This affirmation of their efforts fills her with hope for the future. She feels a mix of pride and relief as she sees familiar faces lit up with enthusiasm, recognizing that they have not only shared knowledge but ignited a communal spirit. It dawns on her that this moment isn't just about the gathering, it's about laying down the foundation for something much larger. With every interaction, she sees how their shared commitment to the town's legacy is shaping a powerful narrative for future generations. Mia smiles, knowing this journey is just the beginning of many adventures still to come. Chapter 19. The High-Stakes Encounter. Mia stands at the edge of the site where Leo's group is rumored to be gathering, her heart racing with a mix of determination and anxiety. The morning air is crisp, and the sounds of rustling leaves compete with her thoughts as she strategizes with her team. "Remember, our goal is to retrieve the artifacts while maintaining a peaceful resolution," she reminds them as she glances at Clara and Ethan, who stand alongside her, both ready for the challenge. Ethan shifts nervously, eyeing the thick brush that surrounds the clearing. What if they don't want to negotiate? What if they fight? Mia meets his gaze, resolve hardening within her. "Then we adapt. We have done our research, and if it comes to it, we have the advantage of knowledge," she replies, intending to reassure him. Clara nods, affirming Mia's confidence. "We'll need to be quick on our feet and ready to communicate. We want to show that we're not trying to take anything from them, but are instead promoting understanding." At that moment, they spot movement in the clearing. A figure slips between the trees, signaling that Leo's crew is preparing to set up for their excavation. The tension escalates, but Mia feels a surge of determination. This is their moment to take action, to stand firm in their beliefs while navigating the complexities of their mission. She readies herself, knowing the stakes have never been higher. Mia signals her team to spread out, taking positions that allow them to monitor Leo's group while remaining hidden among the trees. She feels the quickening of her pulse, a mix of adrenaline and anticipation coursing through her. "Let's stay quiet and observe for a bit," she whispers, maintaining focus on their surroundings as she peeks through the foliage to gather information about Leo's movements. As she watches, she can see Leo and a few members of his team setting up their equipment, their demeanor focused but tense. She notes their positions, calculating the best approach to make contact if necessary. Ethan suddenly whispers, "What if they find the artifacts before we have a chance to intervene?" Mia turns, meeting his worried gaze. "We've come too far to back down now. We need to act quickly and decisively when the time comes," she replies, her voice steady. Just then, Clara spots something shiny in the grass near Leo's setup, drawing everyone's attention. "What is that?" she asks, squinting to get a better look, concern creeping into her tone. Mia feels a mix of urgency and curiosity as the situation grows more complex, knowing they must navigate carefully to protect their mission and the shared legacy of the town. Feeling a rush of urgency, Mia crouches lower to get a better view of the clearing. She watches as Leo bends down, reaching for the shiny object Clara had noticed. Anxiety twists in her stomach. If he discovers what they're protecting, it could complicate everything. "Stay sharp," she whispers to Clara and Ethan, gripping her notebook tightly, ready to adapt their approach based on Leo's actions. Leo holds the object up to the light, illuminating a small, ornate pendant covered in intricate designs, the same style they had seen in the artifacts they retrieved earlier. "Mia, that's the protector's mark," Clara suddenly exclaims, her excitement bubbling over. Mia's heart races. This could be both an opportunity and a threat. "We have to get closer without revealing ourselves," she instructs, her voice barely above a whisper. They inch forward carefully, observing as Leo mentions the mark to his teammates, his tone laced with excitement that deepens Mia's concern. She realizes the significance of the moment. This pendant could be a turning point in their mission, but they must ensure it remains protected, safeguarding their community's heritage from potential exploitation. Mia feels the intensity of the moment escalate as Leo's group begins to gather around the pendant, their excitement palpable. "Hey, look what I found!" Leo exclaims, holding the pendant high for everyone to see. Mia's heart races, her instincts telling her that they need to act quickly. "We can't let them take it," she says, her voice urgent but steady. "Let's move now," Clara responds, fire lighting her eyes as she steps forward, ready to confront Leo. Mia places a hand on Clara's arm, grounding her before they make their presence known. "Wait, let me try talking to him first," she says, deciding to approach the situation diplomatically before resorting to confrontation. With a nod from Clara and Ethan, Mia steps into view. "Leo," she calls out, projecting confidence despite the knot in her stomach. The group turns, surprise painted across their faces. Leo blinks in recognition, a mix of amusement and trepidation crossing his features. "What do you want, Mia?" he asks, crossing his arms in a defensive posture. She takes a breath, ready to assert her position. "You might not realize the significance of what you found. The Protector's mark connects to our town's legacy. It shouldn't be taken lightly." As Mia speaks, she hopes her words will carry weight, knowing that establishing a dialogue could be the key to navigating this conflict without escalating tensions further. As Mia stands before Leo, she notices the expressions of his group shift from surprise to skepticism. "Significance? It's just a trinket," Leo retorts, holding the pendant defiantly, a flash of arrogance crossing his face. Mia feels her heartbeat quicken but steels herself, determined to convey the importance of the mark. "It's more than just an object. It's part of our history and the magic that belongs to this town. We must protect it from being misused," she insists, her voice steady as she gestures toward the pendant. Clara steps closer, her support evident. "We're all in this together, Leo. We can't let our past be a source of division. Let's work toward a common goal." Ethan, seeing the tension, adds cautiously, "You know the stories about the Protector's mark, Leo. If you understand its importance, you'll see why it shouldn't be taken without respect." Leo hesitates, a flicker of doubt crossing his features as he processes their words. The air thickens with anticipation as Mia can feel the weight of their plea. "Maybe you're right," he finally says, a hint of uncertainty creeping into his voice. "But how can we trust you?" Mia knows this is a pivotal moment. How she navigates this conversation could mean the difference between collaboration and conflict. She takes a deep breath, ready to assert their intent while striving for a resolution that honors their shared history. Mia's heart pounds in her chest as she considers how to respond to Leo's challenge. "We're here to protect our shared history, not to deceive anyone," she says, her voice firm and unwavering. "If you give us a chance, we can show you our commitment to preserving the town's legacy." Leo looks at the pendant, then back at Mia, his expression a swirling mix of skepticism and curiosity. "You expect me to believe that? After everything?" Mia nods, meeting his gaze steadily. "Yes, we've seen how the past can bind us together, and we want to honor that connection. The more we learn together, the better we can safeguard what matters." The tension in Leo's group shifts slightly. Mia can see some members looking at each other, weighing their options as doubt and intrigue blend on their faces. Clara steps in, her voice robust. "What if we set up a time to collaborate? We can discuss our findings and establish a plan that benefits everyone." Leo takes a step back, contemplating their proposals. "Fine, I'll consider it, but if you cross me or try to undermine our claims, you'll regret it." Mia feels a wave of relief wash over her as Leo agrees, sensing the potential for a new alliance forming from their shared ambition. She knows this moment could redefine their goals and relationships, and she's determined to see it through, ready to embrace the journey ahead. Chapter 20, Taking Stock and Adjusting. Mia gathers her team at the bookshop, the atmosphere filled with excitement and anticipation. They have made considerable progress over the past few weeks, but today is crucial. They need to evaluate what they've uncovered and strategize for the next steps. As she sets down a stack of notes, she glances around the room at her friends and allies, their expressions reflecting determination mingled with hope. Let's take stock of what we have so far, she begins, her voice steady as she calls the team to attention. We need to review our findings and discuss any unresolved issues. Clara nods, pulling out her own notes, while Ethan shuffles through documents spread across the table. Mia leads the discussion, highlighting their successes, artifacts recovered, stories shared, and connections made within the community. Yet she feels the weight of lingering concerns about the challenges that lie ahead. While we've made great strides, she continues, we must also acknowledge any setbacks we've faced and how we can address them moving forward. Her team members exchange knowing looks, recognizing the importance of reflection as they delve deeper into the complexities of their mission, ready to face whatever comes next with renewed purpose. Mia stands at the front of the room, energized by the discussions taking place around her. She flips through her notes, recalling the recent discoveries they made at the old oak tree and how the protector's mark began to connect the pieces of their town's history. We need to create a timeline for what we've learned, she suggests, urging the team to focus on synthesizing their findings. Let's identify what is completed and what tasks still lie ahead. Clara enthusiastically adds, we should prioritize reaching out to the residents who have stories to share. Their insights could be pivotal. Mia nods, feeling the momentum of ideas flowing. Exactly. We can't let potential leads slip through our fingers. Each story shared is a piece of the puzzle. As the team works collaboratively to draft a plan, Mia can sense the energy shifting, her confidence buoyed by their enthusiasm. However, amidst the excitement, she realizes the importance of having a contingency plan. Let's also discuss possible obstacles we might face in our next steps. We need to be prepared for any surprises along the way, she reminds them, ensuring they stay grounded as they move forward. As they continue outlining their strategy, Ethan raises a hand, his voice serious. What if other groups try to undermine us? Leo's team is still lurking. We've seen how competitive things can get. Mia pauses, considering his words carefully. That's a valid concern, Ethan. We need to be strategic about how we present our findings and who we engage with. Transparency will build trust, but we also need to be on guard. Clara speaks up, her eyes glinting with determination. We could set up a network of allies within the town. If we have more people who understand the importance of our mission, it might deter anyone trying to challenge us. A murmur of agreement ripples through the room, and Mia feels a surge of momentum at their collaborative spirit. Exactly. Building a broader network can protect our goals and ensure supportive voices are present, she responds, enthused by the prospect. As the group continues discussing potential allies, Mia notices some skepticism lingering in a few faces. We'll need to demonstrate our intent to collaborate, not just compete. Let people see how this benefits everyone, she emphasizes, wanting to instill confidence in her team while addressing their concerns. The energy shifts again as team members contribute to the brainstorming, unveiling various strategies that encourage communication and build connections. Mia feels proud as she realizes how much they've all grown together and how their shared mission is helping them become more aware and adaptable. Mia scans the room, feeling the energy shift as the team grapples with the complexities of their plan. She notices the whispers of uncertainty among some members, particularly Ethan, who seems lost in thought. Is everyone on board with this? I don't want anyone to feel pressured, she says, her voice calm yet firm. I want us all to be comfortable with the direction we're heading. Ethan finally speaks, his concern evident. I just hope we're not setting ourselves up for more conflict. I don't want to see us take unnecessary risks. Mia feels a pang of frustration, but pushes it aside, reminding herself that every voice matters. I completely understand, Ethan. We need to be meticulous, but we also have to take chances. If we want to make an impact, we can't be paralyzed by fear, she replies, striving for a balance between addressing his concerns and asserting her vision. Clara chimes in. We're in this together, and we can adapt our approach as we go. Flexibility is key here. The murmurs of agreement start to rise again, and the atmosphere shifts toward a more proactive mindset. Mia recognizes that fostering an open discussion not only strengthens their connection, but also encourages resilience. shaping the group into a more cohesive team as they prepare to face their mission ahead. With their revised plans in place, Mia feels a mix of excitement and anticipation as they prepare to take action. "Let's outline our first steps," she suggests, looking at her notes. "We'll start by reaching out to the townspeople we identified, particularly those who have knowledge of our history." Clara nods, enthusiasm revitalized, and adds, "I can handle contacting the elders. They'll appreciate being involved and will likely have valuable insights to share." Mia watches as other team members begin to jot down ideas, their earlier uncertainties dissipating with a common focus emerging. However, Ethan raises a concern again. What if we can't secure their support? We don't want to expose ourselves if things go south. Mia feels the pressure mounting. "We'll prioritize building trust by being transparent about our intentions. If we engage them sincerely, we stand a better chance of gaining their support," she responds, her conviction clear. As they discuss their immediate actions, Mia feels a surge of confidence, recognizing how far they've come as individuals and as a team. Each challenge faced has shaped her understanding of leadership, fostering resilience in both herself and her team. Together, they draw closer to their mission, ready to tackle whatever obstacles may arise, fortified by the knowledge gained and commitment they share. As their planning session comes to a close, Mia feels a surge of optimism. The air is filled with a sense of purpose, and the enthusiasm among her team is palpable as they finalize the details for their outreach. "Let's coordinate who will meet with which residents," she suggests, pulling out a list they've compiled. "I want to ensure we cover as much ground as possible." Clara and Ethan quickly volunteer for specific families, highlighting their connections to the townspeople. Each member's eagerness reinforces Mia's belief in their collective mission, showcasing how their growth is intertwined with their success. "By splitting up, we can gather a wealth of information in a short amount of time," Mia explains, jotting down the assignments. Just as they finalize their approach, the door swings open, and Oliver steps inside, a hint of concern crossing his features. "I heard you're planning to talk to the townsfolk," he says, catching Mia's eye. "Are you sure you're prepared for how some might react?" Mia meets his gaze, feeling the familiar weight of responsibility. "We're ready, Oliver. We've prepared for this. I believe we can earn their trust through respect and openness." His expression softens slightly and he nods, a look of newfound respect in his eyes. "Just be careful. You've got a good team with you." Mia feels a renewed sense of determination as her team finishes their preparations, ready to embark on the next crucial step in uncovering their town's hidden stories and strengthening the bonds within their community. Chapter 21, The Temptation to Retreat. Mia wakes early the next morning, the sun barely peeking over the horizon, casting soft light through her window. She had barely slept, excitement for the day ahead swirling in her mind. Today, she and her team will set out to make contact with the townspeople, hoping to uncover more stories and connections to their history. After a quick breakfast, she grabs her notebook and a bag filled with artifacts, feeling the weight of their importance as she prepares to carry them into the community. With each step toward the shop, she mentally reviews her strategy, determined to engage the townsfolk with respect and sincerity. The familiar streets awaken around her, but today they feel charged with purpose. "Mia," Clara calls, catching up to her, out of breath but beaming with excitement. "Ready for our first interviews?" "More than ready," Mia replies, her heart racing at the prospect of diving into the stories that await them. They quicken their pace together, knowing the day holds the potential for many discoveries that could deepen their connection to the town and its magical legacy. Mia and Clara step into the first elder's home, the familiar scent of freshly brewed tea greeting them as they cross the threshold. Mrs. Thompson appears pleasantly surprised by their early visit, her eyes twinkling with warmth. Well, what brings you two lovely girls here so bright and early?" Mia feels a swell of excitement mixed with nerves. "We're hoping to hear some stories from you, particularly about the Protector's Mark and any local legends," she replies, eager to dive into the conversation. "Ah, the Protector's Mark," Mrs. Thompson says, her voice rich with intrigue. "That's an important tale, full of history and caution." Clara takes a seat at the kitchen table, her notebook ready. while Mia leans in closer, captivated. "Can you tell us more?" Mrs. Thompson nods, a thoughtful expression crossing her face as she reflects on the stories. "You see, long ago, our ancestors relied on that mark to maintain the balance between the magic they wielded and the world around them. It kept their spirits safe." Mia writes furiously, absorbing every word. "So, is it still recognized today?" she asks, excitement bubbling in her voice. "Indeed, but the power it holds can easily be misused," Mrs. Thompson warns, her tone serious. "You must tread carefully with such knowledge." Mia feels the weight of responsibility settle on her again, remembering the importance of their mission as she processes the elders' insights. As Mrs. Thompson shares her stories, Mia listens intently, her heart swelling with the weight of her family's legacy. Every generation had custodians, those tasked with guarding the protector's mark and what it signifies. They understood the balance that needed to be maintained, she explains, her voice steady and filled with reverence. Clara glances at Mia, excitement bright in her eyes. "That makes sense, but how do we ensure that we respect that same balance today?" Mia feels the tension in the room shift, a mixture of intrigue and concern surfacing as the elder considers Clara's question. "It's about intent," Mrs. Thompson replies slowly. "If your heart is in the right place, the magic will guide you. But beware, those who covet power will always seek to misuse it." The gravity of the elder's warning resonates with Mia, and she can see Clara's eyes widen in response. "We want to protect it, to honor it," Mia asserts, feeling the urgency of their mission crystallize in her mind. With each story shared, Mia senses a deeper connection forming between them, bridging generations through the shared goal of understanding and preserving their history. This realization fortifies her determination to navigate the complexities of their journey and protect the magic that binds them. Feeling invigorated by Mrs. Thompson's insights, Mia takes a moment to collect her thoughts, weighing the elders' wisdom against their current mission. "It's not just about finding artifacts," she says, the resolve strengthening her voice. "We have to understand the responsibility that comes with this knowledge. The past isn't something to be taken lightly." Clara leans forward, absorbing Mia's words. "So our approach needs to be built on respect and caution," she agrees, deepening her commitment to their shared goals. Mia nods, appreciating Clara's perspective. "Let's make sure we document everything we learn today and act thoughtfully as we engage with the artifacts and the community." Mrs. Thompson smiles approvingly, sensing the determination in Mia's words and the respect they both display. "You're wise to consider the impact of your actions. With great knowledge comes great responsibility," she replies, her tone reassuring yet serious. Mia feels the elders' words strengthen her resolve, readying herself for the journey they must undertake. She knows that the lessons learned in the past will guide her as they move forward. With a renewed sense of purpose and clarity, Mia feels ready to embrace the responsibilities that lie ahead, knowing that deepening their understanding of the past will strengthen their mission for the future. Mia and Clara leave Mrs. Thompson's home, a sense of renewed purpose guiding their steps as they head back toward the town center. The cool breeze brushes against them, carrying the scent of leaves and earth, reminding Mia of the natural beauty that surrounds their community. As they walk, Mia reflects on the stories they've uncovered and feels a deeper connection to the town's history. "We have to share what we've learned," she says, her voice filled with conviction. "It's more important now than ever." Clara nods, a spark of excitement lighting her eyes. "Absolutely. If we can get the townsfolk to see the value in these traditions, it could mean a lot for the future." Mia glances at Clara, her heart swelling with pride for the journey they have embarked upon. "I can't wait to see how everyone responds. We're creating something bigger than just our findings." Just then, a thought crosses Mia's mind. What if we can encourage the younger generation to get involved? They're the ones who will carry our history forward. Clara grins, energized by the idea. "That's a fantastic idea. We could engage them through workshops and storytelling. Let's make it inclusive." As they discuss potential activities, Mia feels their shared commitment grow stronger, realizing that together they can foster a legacy that not only honors the past, but also inspires the future. As they reach the town center, Mia feels a surge of determination. The atmosphere is alive with the sounds of everyday life, but today there is an undercurrent of excitement buzzing beneath the surface. She turns to Clara, her voice filled with enthusiasm. Let's not just gather stories. Let's invite the town to be part of preserving our history. We could hang posters, announce it through local channels, make sure everyone knows. Clara's eyes brighten at the idea. We can also create a social media campaign. I'm sure the younger folks would get involved if they see it online. Mia smiles at Clara's eagerness, feeling a renewed sense of hope. Yes, engaging all generations is crucial. We need their voices and enthusiasm to share in our efforts. As they talk, Mia can sense the previous doubts and fears dissolving into a palpable excitement among the townspeople they encounter. Mia's heart swells as she realizes how far they have come, not just in their mission, but in fostering a culture of collaboration and shared ownership of their history. Let's head back to the shop and start planning our outreach, Mia suggests, ready to transform their vision into reality and inspired by the potential to inspire change in their community. Chapter 22, The Weight of Failure. Mia stands at the entrance of the community hall, her heart racing as she prepares to present the results of their work. After weeks of preparation, the day has finally arrived. She glances down at the stack of papers in her hands, filled with notes and details about the artifacts and community stories they've gathered. But just as she's about to step forward, a message from Clara interrupts her thoughts. The representative from the local council has canceled, citing scheduling conflicts. Frustration wells inside Mia, the disappointment quickly turning into anxiety as she realizes the impact this could have on their plans to secure support for the preservation project. "We can't let this setback derail us," she exclaims, urgency ringing in her voice. "We need to regroup and figure out how to pivot from this." Clara nods, concern etched across her brow. "What if we reach out to some of the other residents for help in getting this rescheduled? They'll want this as much as we do." Mia feels a flicker of hope at Clara's suggestion, recognizing the importance of rallying the community around their shared goal. "Yes, let's mobilize our allies and see what we can achieve on short notice," she replies, a determined spark igniting within her. With renewed focus, she gathers her team, ready to strategize and adjust their approach. Prepared to confront the challenges ahead with strength and adaptability. Determined to make the most of the situation, Mia assembles her team in the back room of the community hall. "All right, we need to think on our feet," she begins, pacing in front of them, urging everyone to focus. "What resources can we gather quickly to salvage our presentation?" Clara flips through her notes, her brow furrowed in concentration. "We could collect testimonials from townspeople who attended the gathering. They might reinforce our message about the artifacts' importance." Ethan, tapping his fingers against the table, pitches in, "And we can reach out to those who expressed interest in supporting the project during the last meeting. Their endorsements could carry weight." Mia nods, reassured by their enthusiasm. "Yes, let's make a list of the residents we can contact now and come up with a quick script for what we want them to share." As the team begins to brainstorm, Mia can feel the tension in the room start to shift towards determination. Clara takes charge, dividing the names among them. "I'll handle the phone calls while you and Ethan work on the script. Let's do this efficiently." The urgency of the situation catalyzes their unity, each member rallying around the plan as they finalize their strategy, embodying resilience and adaptability in the face of adversity. As the team disperses to tackle their tasks, Mia feels a flicker of anxiety mixed with excitement. She watches Clara grab her phone, her expression shifting between determination and nervousness. "I'll start with Mrs. Thompson. If anyone can rally support, it's her," Clara resolves, walking away with purpose. Mia turns to Ethan, who is still reviewing the notes on their presentation. "What do you think about the direction we're taking? Are we sure this will work?" he asks, his skepticism lingering. Mia takes a moment, recalling their earlier discussions about resilience and community. "We've put in the effort, Ethan. This is our chance to prove how vital this project is for everyone. Let's stay positive and focused," she encourages, hoping to bolster his confidence. Ethan nods slowly, uncertainty still evident but softening at Mia's conviction. You're right, we've got something significant to share. As he begins to outline their script, Mia feels a surge of motivation. Their shared mission, once clouded by doubt, is crystal clear now. With a deep breath, she prepares to dive into their next steps, knowing that navigating this challenge will further solidify their commitment to the cause, even in the face of uncertainty. As the phone calls begin, Mia takes a moment to collect her thoughts, feeling the weight of responsibility pressing down on her. The room is filled with the sound of Clara's enthusiastic voice as she converses with Mrs. Thompson, recounting their plans and the urgency behind them. Ethan glances at Mia, a mix of admiration and concern in his eyes. "Are you sure we can get enough support with so little time?" he asks, his voice low but laced with apprehension. Mia meets his gaze, recognizing the importance of his question. "We have to try. This project matters to our community, and if we communicate that effectively, people will want to help," she replies, her voice stronger than she feels. She observes Clara, who is wrapping up her call, excitement evident as she turns back to the group. Mrs. Thompson is on board. She's ready to support us. The cheerfulness in the room bursts forth like a wave, and Mia notices that Clara's enthusiasm is contagious, revitalizing their spirits. Mia feels a renewed sense of strength, knowing that, despite the doubts that may linger, their collective determination is paving the way for positive change in the community. Their commitment now feels more solid than ever, setting the foundation for the challenges that lie ahead. Mia watches as the atmosphere in the room transforms, the energy shifting toward a more hopeful and productive spirit. With Clara and Ethan actively making calls and drafting their message, the synergy among them is invigorating. She feels a weight lift as the doubts they had previously faced seem to dissolve in the face of their collective efforts. "Let's remember to highlight our commitment to the community in every conversation," Mia suggests, her voice rising above the chatter. "If we can show how this project benefits everyone, we'll garner more support." Ethan nods, inspiration reflecting in his eyes as he writes down key points they can emphasize during their outreach. "I think it's important we stress the legacy aspect. This isn't just about artifacts, it's about carrying forward our history." Clara smiles, flipping the pages of her notes with anticipation. "That's what we need. Let's remind them that their voices matter and that preserving these stories strengthens our community." Mia feels a deep sense of pride in how far they've come. The team's dynamic has shifted from uncertainty to empowered collaboration, and the realization fuels her determination to lead them forward. With each passing moment, she knows they are laying the groundwork for something transformative in their town, and she commits to navigating whatever obstacles might arise with clarity and resolve. As they finalize their planning, Mia gathers her team one last time before the outreach begins. "Let's ensure that everyone is clear on our messaging and strategic points," she says, projecting confidence as she stands at the front of the room. She distributes printed notes with key phrases and reminders, emphasizing the importance of their mission. "We have to convey not just the facts, but the passion behind what we're doing. This isn't just our journey, it's about the entire community." Clara looks up from her notes, excited. "I can handle the social media side, keeping the buzz alive. Let's make sure our message resonates with everyone." Ethan, more confident than before, offers to help coordinate in-person interactions with the townspeople, eager to engage directly with the community. "I'll work on reaching out to the schools as well. We need to bring in the younger generation." As they bounce ideas off each other, Mia can feel the energy in the room soaring, anticipation building for the work ahead. She recognizes the ripple effect of their collaboration and the shared vision they have cultivated. With renewed conviction, she concludes, "Together, we're not just preserving our history, but we're also shaping the future. Let's make this happen." The team erupts in a chorus of agreement, ready to embrace the challenges and opportunities that await them. Chapter 23, Seeking Aid and Forming Alliances. Mia stands at the door of the community center, the weight of the moment pressing on her as she prepares to seek aid from a key ally. With a firm grip on her notebook, she reminds herself of the importance of today's endeavor. They have to secure support not just for their project, but for the town's collective legacy. Adjusting her scarf, she takes a deep breath, pushing open the door and stepping into the bustling center filled with familiar faces. The air is alive with laughter and conversation, a comforting reminder of the community she loves. Spotting Mrs. Thompson seated at a table, engrossed in conversation with a couple of residents, Mia's heart quickens. She makes her way over, determination in her steps as she approaches the group. "Mrs. Thompson, do you have a moment?" she asks, her voice steady despite the nervous energy coursing through her. The elder looks up, her expression warm and welcoming. "Of course, dear. What's on your mind?" Mia feels a surge of hope. "We've been working on preserving our town's artifacts and history, and I need your support to help get the community more involved." Mrs. Thompson's gaze sharpens with interest, but the smile remains. "You're working hard for this, Mia. How can I help?" Mia explains their initiative, detailing the upcoming gathering and the potential for community engagement. "It's important that we honor our history while bringing everyone together. I believe your presence and support could really encourage others to participate," she emphasizes, her voice steady as she meets Mrs. Thompson's eyes. The elder nods thoughtfully, considering the weight of Mia's request. "Community unity is essential, especially when it comes to preserving our heritage. You've put in a lot of hard work, Mia." Feeling encouraged, Mia continues, "We want to foster an environment where stories can be shared freely and knowledge about our artifacts is accessible to everyone. Your endorsement could add so much credibility, especially to those who might be hesitant." Mrs. Thompson's expression softens, and she leans back in her chair. "Many in this town respect me, but I must be careful. I've seen how easy it is for feelings to get hurt when discussing our past." Mia nods, appreciating the elder's honesty. "I understand, and that's why we want to approach this with care and respect. We're committed to making this a positive experience for everyone." Mrs. Thompson taps her fingers on the table, deep in thought. After a moment, she smiles. "Very well, I will lend my support. But remember, you must be prepared for both the good and the bad that might come from digging into old stories." Mia's heart swells with gratitude. "Thank you, Mrs. Thompson. I promise we'll honor the legacy and handle everything responsibly." As Mia and Mrs. Thompson discuss the upcoming gathering, the door swings open and Ethan steps in, looking flustered. "Mia, you're needed right away," he exclaims, urgency coloring his tone. Mia's heart races at the seriousness of his expression. "What's wrong?" she asks, concern flooding her voice. "There are some people outside who are questioning the event. They've heard about our plans and they're not happy. They think we're opening old wounds," he explains, his brow furrowed with worry. Mrs. Thompson frowns, sensing the tension in the air. "That's exactly what I was concerned about. Not everyone is ready to confront their past," she adds, her voice a mixture of caution and empathy. Mia takes a deep breath, her resolve hardening. "We can't let fear keep us from moving forward. We need to address their concerns before it escalates. They deserve to hear what we're planning and why," she states, determination shining in her eyes. "Are you sure that's the best approach?" Ethan questions, glancing at Mrs. Thompson for confirmation. Mia nods firmly. "Yes, if we confront this head on, we can build trust and show that our intentions are genuine. Let's go." With that, she strides towards the entrance, feeling the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. She knows that her ability to navigate this conflict will be crucial in shaping the narrative that unfolds. Mia steps outside into the cool air, her heart pounding as she faces the small group of townsfolk gathered at the entrance. Their expressions are a mix of skepticism and indignation, and she can feel the weight of their gazes, urging her to address their concerns. "Thank you for coming here today," she begins, her voice steady despite the tension. "I understand you have questions about our upcoming gathering, and I want to assure you that our goal is to celebrate our town's history, not to stir up old wounds." One of the older men crosses his arms defensively. "Celebration? You call it that, but you'll be digging into stories that have hurt people. Not everyone wants to revisit the past." Mia nods, acknowledging the validity of his concerns. "I completely understand. We're committed to approaching this with respect and care. But it's also important to engage with our history so that we can learn from it and heal together." The murmurs among the crowd reflect a range of opinions, and she can see uncertainty creeping in. Ethan steps forward, backing her up. "We want to bring people together, not drive them apart. We're all part of this community, and your voices are vital to that narrative." Mia catches Clara's encouraging glance from the side, feeling bolstered as she maintains her focus on the group. "Let's open the floor for discussion. I want to hear your stories and concerns. This gathering can only be meaningful if we all participate." The townspeople exchange anxious looks, and Mia holds her breath, hoping this invitation will encourage them to share rather than retreat into silence. Mia watches as the crowd processes her invitation, a mix of apprehension and curiosity flickering in their expressions. After a tense moment, a woman steps forward, her voice trembling yet resolute. "I'm not sure sharing all of this is wise. My family has suffered through the stories you want to bring to light," she states, her eyes filled with a blend of fear and anger. Mia feels a knot tighten in her stomach, the weight of responsibility pressing down on her. "I understand your concerns," she replies, her tone gentle but firm. "But these stories, even the painful ones, deserve to be told. They help us learn and grow." Ethan shifts beside her, ready to provide support. "We're not here to minimize anyone's experiences. We want to create a space where everyone feels safe to share," he adds, connecting with the woman's fears. The murmurs of agreement ripple through the crowd, with a few nodding while others remain cautious. Mia can see the conflict brewing among them, and she knows the conversation is critical for building trust. "Let's talk about the difficulties head-on," Mia urges, glancing around at the faces watching her intently. "Your stories are the fabric of our community. If we're going to move forward together, honesty is essential." As she speaks, she feels a surge of determination, recognizing that confronting these issues could forge deeper bonds among them, revealing both her growth and the power of shared experiences. As the discussion unfolds, Mia can feel the atmosphere shift, a tentative sense of openness developing among the crowd. Encouraged by her invitation, several townsfolk begin to share their own stories, tales of hardship and loss that echo through the years, intertwining with the town's history. Mia listens intently, her heart swelling with empathy, as each voice adds a unique strand to the tapestry of their collective experience. The stories resonate, leading to whispers of understanding among the listeners. The earlier tension begins to dissolve, replaced by a sense of kinship and the desire to heal together. Ethan looks at Mia, his expression a mix of surprise and admiration. "You've really brought them together," he murmurs, impressed by her ability to facilitate this dialogue. Mia meets his gaze, feeling the power of their shared journey bolster her confidence. "It's about being open and honest," she replies, knowing in her heart that their dedication to preserving their history is what binds them all. As the group continues to share, Mia realizes that this gathering signifies more than just a discussion. It's a turning point, one that will deepen their connections and pave the way for a brighter future. Her internal growth shines through, blending seamlessly with the community's hopes and aspirations. Chapter 24, A Defining Decision. Mia stands in the community center, surrounded by her team, the weight of the moment pressing down on her as they prepare for the next phase of their mission. The meeting has drawn a significant turnout, with townsfolk eager to learn about the historical revelations and the importance of the artifacts they have uncovered. However, a twinge of uncertainty lingers in her stomach as she glances around the room, filled with familiar faces now focused on her. "Today's not just about sharing what we've found, it's about deciding how we move forward together," she states, her voice resonating with the urgency of the moment. As she speaks, she notices the skeptical faces of some attendees, still grappling with doubts despite the strength she has seen build within the community. "We want to honor the past and ensure that these artifacts are protected and understood," she continues, her determination evident, knowing that she must take a stand now more than ever. This decision is pivotal, and Mia feels the weight of leadership resettling upon her as she prepares to guide them through the next steps, focused on forging a united path forward. Mia scans the room, her heart pounding as she takes in the faces of the townsfolk listening intently. From our discussions, we've gathered a deeper understanding of the protector's mark and its significance, she begins, her voice steady. But we also know there are concerns about the past that we need to address. As she speaks, she sees a few faces tense, their brows furrowing in apprehension. We have to be honest about what lies ahead, Mia continues, pushing through the uncertainty. This is about transparency and building a future where we all feel involved in protecting our heritage. Ethan raises his hand, breaking the flow of her speech. But how do we ensure that old conflicts don't resurface? What if we open old wounds? Mia feels the tension return, but she finds her footing. We can only strengthen our bonds by facing these issues head-on. It's crucial that we create a space for discussion, where everyone can voice their concerns and experiences, she responds, her confidence growing with each word. Clara leans in, supporting Mia's stance. By acknowledging the past and its impact on our lives today, we can help heal rather than harm. Mia senses a shift as some attendees begin to nod in agreement, recognizing the importance of taking responsibility for their history as a community. The moment crystallizes into a commitment to change, igniting hope for the path ahead. Mia sees a flicker of uncertainty in the eyes of several community members, and she knows the importance of resolving these doubts openly. We all have personal connections to this history, she encourages, hoping to create a sense of shared understanding. I invite each of you to share your thoughts, even your fears. Let's engage with one another. An elder steps forward, his voice trembling slightly. I worry that digging up these stories will only bring pain to those who've already suffered loss. How do we handle the truth without hurting those who may still carry that burden? Mia nods, acknowledging the validity of his concerns. I understand that fear. It's vital we approach these stories with compassion. We must create a supportive environment where everyone feels safe to share. Clara joins in, her tone gentle. We can celebrate the positive aspects while respecting the stories of struggle. It's about balance. As tensions ease somewhat, Mia feels a surge of hope. The group is beginning to find common ground, a realization that their collective experiences can empower their community. Mia reflects on her growth as she watches the discussions unfold, knowing that taking this approach not only strengthens her leadership, but also paves the way for healing and understanding within their history. Mia stands at the center of the room, feeling the weight of the discussion and the shared stories that have emerged. Let's remember that every experience is a thread in the fabric of our community, she asserts, her voice resonating with conviction. By sharing these stories, we give a voice to those who have felt unheard. A younger resident nods, their expression thoughtful. I've never thought of it that way. I think it could help us all understand each other better. Mia feels a rush of encouragement. Exactly. We need to create a dialogue that honors all voices, even those that have been silent for too long. As the group continues to engage, she senses a shift in energy, an openness beginning to replace the earlier wariness. Ethan, standing nearby, catches her eye and shoots her a grin, appreciating her ability to guide the conversation positively. Seeing their resistance soften, Mia knows that their willingness to confront difficult topics can lead to healing and a stronger community. This realization solidifies her belief in their mission, reinforcing her commitment to protecting the town's history and its people. As the conversation continues, Mia can feel the momentum building within the room, the earlier doubts fading in the light of shared stories. Mrs. Collins raises her hand, capturing everyone's attention. What you all are doing is remarkable. We need to continue this dialogue beyond today. Making it a regular occurrence will not only help preserve our history, but strengthen our community bonds. Mia feels a swell of encouragement at Mrs. Collins' suggestion, realizing the importance of sustained engagement. Absolutely, we can create monthly meetings to share stories and updates, ensuring that our connections last, she responds, her heart racing with enthusiasm. The townspeople begin murmuring, excited discussions igniting as they consider the possibilities. Clara leans toward Mia, her expression filled with hope. I love that idea. It could help bring the younger generation into the fold, allowing them to learn from those who came before. Mia nods, a smile breaking across her face. Let's make sure everyone feels included in these plans. Each story adds to our legacy, creating a tapestry that reflects who we are. The atmosphere shifts further, transforming into one of commitment and optimism, marking a pivotal moment in their mission to honor the town's history. Mia recognizes that this newfound determination can foster a strong foundation for the future, leading them to even greater discoveries together. As the meeting comes to a close, Mia feels a deep sense of fulfillment. The attendees gather their things, buzzing with excitement as they start discussing future plans for their regular story-sharing sessions. The warmth of community resonates through the hall, filling her with hope. "Thank you all for your contributions today," Mia says, raising her hands to capture their attention. "Your willingness to engage and share your experiences is what makes our mission so vital." Clara squeezes Mia's shoulder, her eyes alight with gratitude. "I can't wait to get started on the next meeting," she exclaims, enthusiasm bubbling over. Mia smiles, heartened by Clara's energy. She looks around at the townsfolk, who are now animatedly discussing how to spread the word about their initiative. With each conversation, she sees old rivalries begin to fade, replaced by a shared commitment to preserving their history. As the last of the attendees leave, Mia reflects on how far they have come. She knows that their efforts will create ripples throughout the community, paving the way for future adventures and ensuring their legacy will be firmly rooted in both respect and understanding. Chapter 25, Executing the Plan. Mia stands early in the bookshop, the morning light streaming through the windows, illuminating her workspace. The air feels electric, with possibility as she prepares for the day ahead. Today, they will begin organizing the first of their community workshops, and the anticipation makes her pulse quicken. She lays out materials on the main table, artifacts, notes, and supplies needed for engaging activities aimed at connecting the town's history with its future. The door jingles, and Clara steps inside, her expression bright with enthusiasm. "Ready to make some magic happen?" she asks, her energy infectious. "Absolutely. I've been rethinking the agenda to include interactive sessions that encourage everyone to participate," Mia responds, feeling the excitement surge between them. As they discuss the setup, Mia's mind races with the potential for connection and shared knowledge. She knows that this workshop could serve as a bridge between generations, allowing new stories to emerge from familiar faces. With every detail they finalize, Mia feels a sense of purpose reawaken within her, ready to embrace the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. As they finalize the preparations, Mia divides the tasks among her team with a sense of clarity and purpose. "Clara, you'll handle the introductions and set the tone for the workshops," she states, her confidence shining through. "I want you to engage people right from the start." Clara beams with excitement, nodding eagerly. "Got it. I'll make sure to encourage participation and get everyone involved." Mia then turns to Ethan. "You'll help with setting up the display of artifacts and making sure everything is accessible. Let's create an inviting and informative space." Ethan, still dealing with some lingering uncertainties, glances at Mia. "What if people are hesitant to engage? I don't want anyone to feel pressured," he admits, his concern evident. Mia appreciates his honesty and takes a moment to reassure him. "We'll emphasize that this is a safe space for everyone to share their voices. We need to encourage openness and remind them of the importance of their heritage." The atmosphere begins to shift as Mia's words instill confidence within the team. With each role assigned and plan structured, she can feel the camaraderie growing stronger, knowing that their collective efforts will set a positive tone for the workshops ahead. As the team starts gathering supplies, Mia notices Clara chatting animatedly with a few local residents who have come to help. Their eagerness is infectious, and Mia can't help but smile as she overhears snippets of conversations filled with excitement about the upcoming workshops. However, she also catches sight of Ethan lingering at the edge of the group, his expression uncertain as he watches Clara interact effortlessly with everyone. "Hey, Ethan," Mia calls out, stepping toward him. "What's on your mind? You seem a bit distant." He shrugs, running a hand through his hair. "I guess I'm just worried about whether we'll make a real impact. Clara's really charismatic, and I don't want to let you guys down." Mia places a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "You're an integral part of this team. Your perspective is valuable, and your research will ground our discussions. We all have strengths to contribute. As they continue their preparations, Mia notices how Clara smoothly integrates neighbors into their plans, while Ethan starts to engage more, discussing ideas with another resident who shares a similar passion for history. Mia feels a sense of pride in the way the team is coming together, recognizing that everyone's contributions are essential for the success of their mission. She knows that Ethan's growth will continue as they all forge ahead, shaping both the workshops and their future engagement with the community. As the team finalizes their preparations, Mia senses a palpable energy swelling in the room, each person contributing to the excitement surrounding the upcoming workshops. She moves among her colleagues, offering encouragement and reminders of their shared mission. Let's keep our focus on creating a welcoming space, she emphasizes. Every story shared will strengthen our community. Clara stands at one of the tables, arranging materials and smiling brightly at those assisting her. I can't wait to see what stories we'll uncover, she exclaims, her enthusiasm a beacon for everyone around her. However, as Mia glances at Ethan, she notices a flicker of doubt still lingering in his expression. Ethan, are you okay with the plan we have? She asks, wanting to ensure he feels supported. I'm just worried about how we'll handle different reactions, he admits, his brow furrowing. Mia leans closer, her voice gentle yet firm. We've prepared for this. Trust in the conversations we've started. Your voice matters, and so does everyone else's in this room. As Ethan listens, the tension in his shoulders eases, and he nods in understanding, ready to commit to the journey ahead. Their collective energy reinforces the bond they've built, and Mia feels pride swell within her, recognizing how their hard work and dedication have brought them to this point. She knows they are ready to inspire change together. As the preparations come to a close, Mia stands at the front of the room, her heart racing with a mix of excitement and nerves. The atmosphere pulses with anticipation, and she can sense her teammates' eagerness to make the gathering a success. Let's do a quick run-through of our roles, she suggests, her voice carrying confidence as she addresses the group. Clara enthusiastically opens her notebook, ready to summarize everyone's tasks. I'll kick off the event with a welcome speech and then lead the storytelling session, she announces, a bright smile lighting up her face. Ethan stands beside her, a newfound determination in his stance. I'll help with the logistics during the event, making sure everything flows smoothly. Mia can see the team rallying around their roles, their spirits high as they prepare to support one another. We need to remember the goal behind this gathering, Mia interjects, feeling the momentum building. It's about making our history accessible and meaningful to everyone in the town. The group nods in agreement, a shared understanding igniting between them. Mia feels a surge of pride knowing that their hard work has prepared them for this moment, and she knows they are ready to inspire the community together, laying the groundwork for their collective future. As the final touches are made, Mia feels an air of excitement mixed with nervous anticipation. She glances around the room, noting their prepared materials and the vibrant energy of her team. The sense of camaraderie strengthens her resolve. Let's gather together one last time before we open the doors, she calls out, her voice lifting spirits as everyone comes together. Mia stands at the front, taking a moment to appreciate the effort everyone has put in. I want to thank each of you for your hard work and dedication. This gathering is not just about artifacts. It's about our community, our shared stories, and our collective future. The atmosphere thickens with pride as her team exchanges smiles, feeling the weight of their mission. Remember, be approachable as we engage with everyone today, Mia continues, her leadership shining through. If we can foster an environment where people feel valued, we can truly honor our legacy. As she glances at the door, ready for the attendees to arrive, Mia feels a renewed sense of confidence, realizing that this moment is a culmination of their growth and commitment to the community. Each heartbeat echoes with the promise of connection and collaboration that lies ahead. Chapter 26, Navigating Trust. Mia stands at the forefront of the workshop, ready to navigate the complexities of trust that have surfaced within the community. The room is filled with townspeople, their expressions a mix of eagerness and apprehension as they prepare to engage with the stories being shared. She recognizes that this moment is critical. It's time to confront any lingering doubts and reinforce the bonds that have been established. Today, we'll dive into discussions about our history, and I encourage all of you to share your thoughts and feelings as we explore these stories together, she begins, her voice carrying a sense of authority and warmth. As Mia scans the audience, she notices a few familiar faces, including Leo, who sits in the back with a skeptical expression. Mia, what happens if someone brings up difficult memories? He challenges, his tone heavy with skepticism. Her heart races, aware that this moment demands both honesty and courage. Facing our past is essential, even the painful parts. By sharing, we can foster understanding and healing, she replies, striving to maintain composure as she addresses the question head-on. The spectators murmur among themselves, the tension hanging in the air as everyone processes her words, unveiling the importance of the truths they must confront together. Mia stands firm, aware of the weight of anticipation hanging in the air. Let's begin by sharing our stories, both the joyful and the difficult, she encourages, inviting a space for vulnerability and honesty. The room falls quiet as an older man named Mr. Clark raises his hand, his voice tremulous but strong. Years ago, I lost my brother during a storm. It was said that the protector's mark couldn't prevent that kind of magic, he confesses, his eyes reflecting pain and lingering hurt. Mia feels a pang in her heart, recognizing the significance of his words. I'm so sorry, Mr. Clark. Thank you for sharing that with us, she responds, her voice softening. It's crucial that we acknowledge these experiences as part of our collective history. Clara steps forward, her expression empathetic. It's okay to talk about loss. It's part of who we are, and by sharing, we can start to heal together. The atmosphere shifts as more hands go up, others ready to share their stories, revealing hidden fears and vulnerabilities. Mia watches, realizing how these moments of honesty forge deeper connections within the group, and she feels a renewed sense of purpose. Their willingness to engage with difficult memories showcases their strength and the community's desire for growth. As more stories surface, Mia feels a wave of emotion wash over her, the raw honesty of the community surrounding her. A young woman named Sarah stands and shares, "My parents always avoided the river after what happened to my uncle. I never understood why, until now." Mia observes the way everyone leans in, captivated by the vulnerability in Sarah's voice. Mr. Hargrove nods slowly, speaking up again. It's important to recognize how these past wounds influence our present. We need to move beyond fear. Mia feels the tension in the room shift, understanding the interconnectedness of their histories. Exactly. We can't let past pain dictate our future. Embracing these stories strengthens us, she replies, her confidence bolstered by the unity forming among them. Leo, still perched at the back, watches closely, arms crossed but with an intrigued glimmer in his eyes. Maybe there's a strength in vulnerability, he admits, surprising Mia with his openness. I've spent so long guarding my family's secrets that I've forgotten what it's like to share. Mia sees the conversation taking a transformative turn. This unexpected honesty from Leo creates ripples of change within the group, reshaping their dynamics as they collectively recognize the power held in sharing their truths. Feeling inspired, Mia reflects on how the discussions and shared experiences are forging new bonds among them, demonstrating that resilience can emerge from even the most difficult stories. Mia feels a shift in the atmosphere as the stories continue to flow, layered with shared emotions and mutual understanding. Maybe by sharing these burdens, we can lighten the load we've been carrying, Clara suggests, her voice filled with conviction as she looks around the room, encouraging others to join in the dialogue. A silence settles, and Mia takes the moment to observe. She can feel that the town's history is being woven anew, connections forging between the past and present. Building relationships is essential, especially when we're discussing powerful stories like these, Mia states, wanting to reinforce the importance of community. Together, we can set the groundwork for understanding and growth. Ethan steps forward, now visibly more confident. The stories matter, and so does how we choose to share them. I think it's our responsibility to ensure the right narratives are told. As he speaks, Mia notices Leo's posture relax, the earlier skepticism fading into contemplation. This community has faced challenges for years, and it's time we address them openly. We can't be afraid anymore, Mia asserts, her voice strong, hoping to inspire them to continue forging connections. In that moment, she recognizes that they are not just sharing stories. They are starting to heal as a community, providing space for resilience to grow amidst the vulnerability they all display. As the final stories are shared, Mia feels a growing sense of connection among the attendees, the atmosphere charged with renewed purpose and understanding. She looks around at the faces in the room, seeing relief and empathy reflected in many eyes, realizing how powerful their shared narratives have been in reshaping relationships. Clara's voice rises above the chatter, her confidence blossoming. Let's carry this energy forward. We should document everything we've discussed today. These stories need to be preserved, she suggests, her excitement contagious. Ethan nods vigorously. Yes, we can compile everything into a community archive that not only honors these tales, but also includes our plans moving ahead. Mia feels the enthusiasm swell, her heart racing with the possibilities. That's a brilliant idea. If we create a written account, we can ensure future generations have access to our history. The group buzzes with agreement, generating a list of names and resources they can tap into for their documentation. Reflecting on the journey they've shared, Mia feels a profound sense of pride in their collective resilience, knowing that overcoming fears and challenges has strengthened their bonds. She understands that this moment of unity is essential in forging a path toward a brighter future for their community. As the discussions wind down, Mia looks around at her team, the excitement still palpable in the air. Let's make sure everyone knows how important their contributions are to this project, she emphasizes, wanting each person to feel valued in this collective effort. Clara adds, we can highlight individual stories as part of our archive, making it personal and relatable for everyone in the community. Mia nods, energized by the prospect. Exactly. Each story enriches our understanding and strengthens our connections. Ethan, now more at ease, reminds the group, once we start gathering these accounts, we need to be diligent about how we present them. Transparency will be key. Mia feels gratitude swell in her chest, recognizing the growth each of them has made. We're in this together, and we'll make sure to respect every voice we hear. As they begin formulating the next steps, Mia senses a profound shift in the room. The unity they've fostered feels almost tangible, reinforcing her belief in their mission. She knows they are now better equipped to handle whatever challenges may lie ahead, with lessons of the past igniting a sense of responsibility and hope for the future. Chapter 27, Executing the Plan. Mia stands in the midst of the community hall, the atmosphere electric with anticipation as the time for the gathering draws near. She checks the setup one last time, her hands smoothing over the banners that read "Preserving Our History," each word resonating with significant purpose. The room is filled with enthusiasm as townspeople mill about and the sound of laughter rings out, creating a sense of unity that emboldens her spirit. We're ready for this, Clara says, joining Mia at the front, her eyes glimmering with excitement. I can feel the energy in the room. Mia smiles, appreciating Clara's optimism as they survey the preparations. Let's ensure we have everything in place before we start. We need to set up the artifact displays and finalize the agenda. Just then, Ethan pushes through the crowd, a stack of flyers in hand. I printed more materials for the workshops. People can take them home and share with their families. It's a great way to involve everyone. Mia feels a surge of pride at Ethan's initiative, recognizing how each member's contributions are coming together to form a cohesive effort. Fantastic! Let's get everything organized and ready for when the community arrives, she encourages, fueled by the collective ambition they have cultivated. She knows that this event will mark a turning point in their journey, one that embraces the rich history they all share. Mia quickly gathers the team to finalize their preparations, the thrill of the impending gathering making her pulse race. We need to make sure everything is in place, she says, glancing around at the bustling activity as Clara and Ethan set up the artifact display. Clara, can you ensure the storytelling area is ready? I want it to feel inviting and spark curiosity, she instructs, her confidence evident as she assigns tasks. Absolutely. I'll arrange the seating to create an intimate space for sharing, Clara responds, moving with purpose to execute the plan. Mia, what about securing the artifacts? Ethan asks, his brow furrowing as he finishes hanging banners. We must keep them safe while ensuring they are accessible for everyone to see, she replies, feeling the weight of responsibility growing. Let's set some barriers and signs to guide the attendees. As her team works diligently, Mia's heart swells with pride at their commitment. Her ability to lead and coordinate their efforts has matured, and she recognizes that fostering collaboration is key to their success. With each passing moment, the gathering begins to take shape as they prepare to weave together stories that will honor their past and inspire their future. As the team continues setting up, Mia notices a few townspeople arriving early, their expressions filled with curiosity as they survey the artifacts displayed. An older woman approaches, her eyes bright with interest. These are wonderful. Where did you find them? She asks, admiration lacing her tone. Mia smiles, feeling a sense of pride swell within her. We've been working hard to uncover their history and significance to our town. We want to share what we've learned with everyone. Clara joins the conversation, eager to engage. We're hosting storytelling sessions too. Everyone is welcome to come and share their experiences related to these artifacts. The woman's face lights up with enthusiasm. Oh, how lovely. I have stories from my grandfather that you would love to hear. Mia can sense the excitement building around them, the momentum shifting from mere curiosity to investment in their shared history. However, she remains aware of a few skeptical faces lingering at the back, hesitant to fully engage. We want this to be a space where everyone feels welcome to contribute, Mia emphasizes, hoping to draw in those who seem unsure. As the gathering takes shape, Mia feels a deep sense of purpose, knowing that their combined efforts are starting to cultivate a strong sense of community and belonging. As the attendees begin to fill the community hall, Mia feels the excitement and anticipation in the air heighten. She watches the conversation spark among townsfolk as they greet each other, old friends reconnecting and new acquaintances forming. The energy is vibrant, a youthful pulse that courses through the gathering. Mia stands at the front, ensuring everything is ready for the start of the event. Let's keep the momentum going, she encourages. We want to create a space that feels engaging and inclusive for everyone. Clara, moving efficiently among the crowd, sets up chairs and adjusts the display of artifacts, her enthusiasm contagious. I think we'll need a few more chairs for unexpected guests, she calls out, her tone lively and inviting, which prompts laughter from nearby participants. Ethan heads toward the refreshments table, carefully arranging the snacks and drinks. I've made sure we have enough for everyone. Let's keep things flowing smoothly, he says, a sense of responsibility in his demeanor. Mia feels a sense of pride bubble up within her, watching her team working in harmony, exemplifying collaboration and teamwork. Without losing sight of the growing crowd, she takes a deep breath, ready to embrace the opportunity to engage with the community, deeply aware that today is about honoring stories and weaving together their collective history. As the gathering begins, Mia feels a rush of adrenaline surging through her. The room, now bustling with townspeople, buzzes with conversations as they settle into their chairs. She steps up to the main table, ready to welcome everyone and set the tone for the event. Thank you all for being here today, she begins, her voice cutting through the chatter as she captures their attention. Today is about celebrating our shared heritage and the stories that connect us all. She watches as the audience leans in, eager to engage with her words. Clara stands nearby, ready to support her, and Mia can feel the energy building around them. Together, we can explore how our history shapes our present and future, Mia continues, feeling the weight of her commitment settle in. Let's make this a space for open sharing, where every voice is valued. The crowd responds with murmurs of agreement, and Mia can see the excitement and curiosity sparking among them. With each word, she feels more empowered, knowing that their journey to uncover the past and build a cohesive future is just beginning. As Mia concludes her introduction, the room buzzes with anticipation, each person eager to participate in the discussions to come. She glances around, taking note of the vibrant tapestry of faces, some familiar, some new, each representing a piece of the community's fabric. "Let's kick off our first activity," she announces, her excitement bubbling over. "We'll start with a storytelling circle. I want to hear your connections to the artifacts and the protector's mark." The crowd shifts, some leaning forward in their seats, others exchanging glances filled with curiosity. Clara begins to organize the seating arrangement for the storytelling, eager to encourage everyone to contribute. "This is a great way to break the ice. We can pass around a talking piece to ensure everyone has a chance to share," she suggests. Mia watches as the community members respond positively, their initial hesitations melting away in the face of engagement. The atmosphere shifts to one of warmth and openness, signaling a commitment to the mission they've shared. Mia feels a rush of pride welling inside her, confident that the groundwork they've established will lead to genuine connections and meaningful stories. This gathering, filled with promise, is about to transform the way their community interacts with its history. Chapter 28, A Defining Commitment. Mia stands at the center of the community hall, feeling the energy in the room swell as the attendees settle in for the start of the gathering. The atmosphere buzzes with excitement, and the vibrant colors of decorations reflect the enthusiasm swirling around her. She glances at the table covered with artifacts, each piece a reminder of the shared history they are here to honor and explore. "Thank you all for coming today," she begins, projecting her voice to capture the attention of the diverse crowd assembled before her. The families, elders, and curious newcomers focus on her, their expressions filled with a mix of hope and anticipation. "This gathering represents a commitment to our shared heritage and a celebration of the stories that bind us together," she continues, her heart swelling with purpose. As she speaks, she can see Clara and Ethan exchanging excited glances from the front row, their enthusiasm bolstering her confidence. Today is about embracing the magic that flows through their community, and Mia prepares to lead them into that exploration. Mia watches as the crowd leans in, their interest piqued by the artifacts laid out before them. She picks up a small, intricately carved box and holds it up for everyone to see. "This is one of the older artifacts we've discovered, believed to hold secrets about the protector's mark," she explains, her voice steady and commanding. The room quiets. All eyes train on the box, and Mia continues. "It's essential that we understand not just these items, but the stories they hold. They are part of our collective legacy." As she speaks, the crowd starts to murmur among themselves, sharing thoughtful glances as memories resurface. "Can you pinpoint where it was found?" an elder asks, curiosity lighting up his face. Mia nods, recalling the location. "It was discovered near the old oak tree, a place where many believed significant rituals took place." Clara jumps in, filled with enthusiasm, "And we think that finding additional items in that area could connect more of our history. If we can gather those stories, it'll create a fuller picture." Mia feels the energy in the room shift, with community members exchanging ideas, eager to contribute their own insights and build upon the narrative they are creating together. In this moment, she recognizes how their efforts are converging, weaving together past and present, and her confidence swells as she embraces the potential for discovery and understanding. As the excitement builds, Mia notices a few young attendees circling the artifact displays, their curiosity evident. She approaches them with a warm smile, eager to engage. "Hi there, are you interested in the stories behind these artifacts?" One boy, his eyes wide with wonder, nods vigorously. "Yeah, I want to know what this one is," he says, pointing to a shimmering pendant. Mia picks it up carefully, feeling its weight in her palm. "This pendant is believed to be a protector's mark, used in ancient rituals to safeguard the town's magic," she explains, watching his fascination grow. "Oh, wow! Can I touch it?" he asks, excitement bubbling over. "Of course, but let's be very careful," she replies, guiding him and handling it gently. As Mia shares the story behind the pendant, Clara gathers nearby, encouraging other children to join in. "Why don't we create an art project where you can design your own protector's marks?" she suggests, her enthusiasm infectious. Mia feels a surge of pride at Clara's idea, recognizing how their collaborative spirit is inspiring the younger generation. In this moment, She sees their investment in the history unfolding before them, and her heart swells with hope for the future. She knows that nurturing this curiosity in the community will lead to a deeper understanding of their shared legacy. As the workshop continues, Mia feels the buzz of excitement ripple through the room. Children gather around Clara as she leads the art project, their faces lighting up with creativity as they sketch their own protector's marks on paper. Mia moves among the displays, engaging adults in discussions about the artifacts and their significance, noting how eager everyone appears to share and learn. However, her attention turns when she overhears Leo speaking with a few townspeople at the edge of the room, his expression contemplative yet guarded. What if these stories bring more chaos, he questions, concern threading through his voice. Not everyone is ready for the truths you're digging up. Mia's heart sinks at his doubts, but she knows she must address them. She steps closer, projecting confidence as she interjects. While some stories may be difficult, facing them is essential for growth, both individually and as a community. The people around Leo turn their attention toward her, their expressions a blend of curiosity and skepticism. Mia feels the stakes rising, but stands firm, determined to showcase how their mission is rooted in preserving their heritage and fostering understanding. This moment reveals how far she has come in navigating delicate conversations, her growth shaping her ability to lead effectively despite the challenges that lie ahead. Mia notices the shift in atmosphere as she speaks, the tension beginning to dissipate among the townspeople. A few residents exchange glances, contemplating her words, and the room takes on a more hopeful tone. "Perhaps you're right, Mia," one of the elders finally says, stepping forward. "We can't ignore our past, but we must navigate it with care." Leo's expression softens slightly, and he grumbles under his breath. "Maybe there's merit in what you're saying." Encouraged by this response, Mia continues, "Let's work together to ensure that the stories we share resonate in a way that uplifts everyone. We need to be vigilant but also brave enough to learn." Clara beams at Mia, impressed by her ability to rally the crowd. That's what this gathering is about, creating a safe space where we can explore our history without fear. Mia feels a ripple of support as others nod in agreement, their initial resistance starting to melt away. This moment reinforces her belief in the power of community to come together through open dialogue and mutual respect. She realizes that her growth in confidence and leadership is shaping not just her journey, but the path for the entire town. As the day draws to a close, Mia feels a wave of satisfaction wash over her. The workshop has been a success, filled with engagement, laughter, and a rekindled sense of community among the townsfolk. She watches as people start to mingle, sharing ideas for future projects and reflecting on the stories they've uncovered together. Clara approaches her, a bright smile on her face. "I think we really made an impact today. I can't believe how many people showed up." Mia nods, her heart swelling with pride. "It's incredible to see everyone come together like this. It feels like we've ignited something special." Nearby, Ethan is chatting animatedly with some younger residents, his earlier hesitations clearly behind him. The transformation is evident. He has embraced his role in this community effort. Mia senses the strong bonds forming, not just among their team but throughout the entire town, reflective of their shared mission to honor their history. As she prepares to leave the hall, a newfound clarity washes over her. She realizes that today's success has not only solidified their community bonds, but has also set the stage for future adventures, challenges, and opportunities for growth. Chapter 29, Aftermath and Resolution. Mia stands at the community hall, a palpable sense of anticipation lingering in the air as she prepares to address the crowd one last time after a long day of engagement. Although the gathering has been successful, she feels the weight of unresolved conflicts still hanging over certain members. With a deep breath, she glances around at the familiar faces, some filled with hope, others still holding back their trust. "Thank you all for your participation today," she begins, her voice steady and sincere. "We've shared so much about our history and its significance, but I know there are still lingering concerns and feelings that haven't yet been addressed." A murmur ripples through the crowd as people exchange glances, the air thick with expectation. Mia knows that this moment is crucial. It's a chance to confront the uncertainties that have surfaced throughout their discussions. We need to ensure that every voice is heard and valued as we move forward together, she continues, feeling her resolve strengthen. Today has shown us the power of sharing our stories, but it's also made it clear that we must face our past with honesty. As she speaks, she senses a shift in the room, the tension evolving into something more productive and collaborative. Mia scans the crowd, noting the mix of expressions, from hopeful anticipation to cautious skepticism. Let's take this opportunity to talk about what we've discussed and what concerns remain, she urges, her voice carrying a sincerity that invites dialogue. An older gentleman stands up, his brow furrowed. What if we uncover histories that not everyone is ready to hear? Some of us have lived through painful experiences, he states, his voice strong but weary. Mia nods, acknowledging the weight of his words. That's a valid concern. Facing our past can be challenging, but it's essential for growth. We need to create a safe space where all feelings can be expressed. Clara steps forward, her eyes filled with empathy. Sharing our stories can help us heal. If we face our history together, we can start to understand each other better. Mia feels the energy shift as the crowd begins to engage more openly, recognizing the opportunity to address their fears. Seeing the initial resistance soften, she speaks with conviction. This is about forging connections and ensuring that our community feels united. Together, we can navigate the complexities of our past to foster a stronger future. The discussion opens up, revealing a spectrum of emotions and perspectives, showcasing the transformative power of dialogue as they work through their shared histories. As the conversation unfolds, Mia takes note of the shifting dynamics among the townspeople. Some members begin to share their own stories, recounting not only the triumphs but also the struggles that have shaped their lives. The older gentleman who initially spoke offers his own tale of loss and resilience, his voice steady as he explains how the community's history has impacted his family. Facing the past is essential, but it can feel overwhelming, he admits. Glancing around at the gathered faces, Mia feels a sense of solidarity in the room, recognizing that sharing these stories is a crucial step in healing old wounds. Clara interjects, her enthusiasm evident. By sharing, we can find strength in each other. It brings us closer together and makes us stronger as a community. As more residents begin to speak up, Mia senses the collective weight of their experiences slowly lifting. A woman in the back shares how losing her home to the last storm affected her family's trust in the town's leadership, prompting murmurs of understanding from the audience. Mia watches as the vulnerability displayed fosters empathy, reinforcing the notion that their shared history and the pain within it can lead to healing. She feels invigorated, realizing that this is the very essence of what they sought to accomplish together. Mia stands at the center of the gathering, feeling the palpable shift in the room as more townsfolk begin to share their experiences. The earlier atmosphere of doubt has transformed into one of collective understanding, with stories pouring forth from various corners of the room. By unearthing these memories, we're honoring not only our past, but each other, she says, feeling strengthened by the support surrounding her. The emotions expressed resonate deeply. Each story shared builds a tapestry of shared resilience that binds them closer together. When one elder speaks about the festival rituals, recounting with reverence how they once unified the community, Mia can see the faces of the listeners lighting up with familiarity. She senses an opportunity to solidify their unity, knowing they can leverage this newfound openness into a shared commitment to preserve their community's history. As the conversations flow seamlessly, Mia realizes that this moment of vulnerability has not only strengthened her leadership, but has also inspired everyone to contribute to a future built on understanding and connection. As the stories continue to flow, Mia feels a renewed sense of purpose enveloping her. The room buzzes with excitement, the audience engaged and invested in the dialogue unfolding before them. She catches snippets of conversation, laughter intermingling with solemn reflections, each voice adding depth to their collective narrative. Maybe we should make the storytelling a regular thing, suggests one of the younger attendees, his face alight with enthusiasm. Mia nods enthusiastically, a smile breaking across her face. That's a fantastic idea. Establishing a routine where we can share and learn will help us connect and grow as a community. Clara, energized by the prospect, leans over to catch Mia's eye. We could create an official schedule and even invite more speakers to share their knowledge. Ethan looks around, his earlier doubts now diminished. I can help spread the word among the local schools. Getting the youth involved will be crucial, he adds, a newfound determination in his voice. Mia feels gratitude swell within her as she observes their excitement, realizing they are building something significant together. The earlier fears have transformed into a vibrant tapestry of collaboration, and she knows they are on the brink of creating lasting change for their community. As the gathering begins to wind down, Mia looks around at the faces of her friends and neighbors, a deep sense of fulfillment washing over her. The conversations continue to hum with energy, people exchanging contact information and excitedly discussing plans for the next storytelling session. Thank you all for coming and sharing your stories, she calls out, her voice strong and hopeful. What we've created together today is just the beginning. Ethan stands close by, a proud grin on his face as he overhears conversations about how the upcoming gatherings will bridge generations. Clara squeezes Mia's arm, her eyes shining. You really brought everyone together. I didn't think we could achieve this much. Mia smiles, feeling buoyed by her team's support. It's not just me, it's all of us. We're building something important here that will carry forward. As the last attendees begin to head home, Mia reflects on how far they've come. Their shared commitment has fostered a sense of unity that fills her with hope for the future. With a deep breath, she steps outside, the evening air cool against her skin, and feels ready to embrace whatever comes next, confident that they have laid the groundwork for many more adventures ahead. Chapter 30, A Moment of Clarity. Mia stands in the bookshop, surrounded by artifacts and notes from their recent discoveries, her heart racing with anticipation. The sunlight streams through the large windows, illuminating the space where plans for future workshops and gatherings have begun to take shape. Today, she will gather her team to discuss the next steps, driven by the success of the previous event and the connections they've forged. As she sets up the tables, arranging the findings from their research on display, she reflects on how the community's engagement has shifted since their journey began. Every artifact holds a story, and each story has woven a thread into the fabric of their town. Taking a deep breath, she feels the weight of the moment settle on her shoulders, knowing that she needs to build on this momentum and reinforce their commitment to preserving their shared history. Mia gathers her notes and prepares to address her team, eager to share her vision for moving forward as they embrace the legacy awaiting them. Mia gathers her team around the central table, her heart pounding with excitement as she reviews their recent progress. Let's discuss our next steps, she says, drawing their attention. We've made significant connections, but we need to ensure we're building on that progress effectively. Clara nods eagerly, her enthusiasm infectious. I think we should reach out to any new residents who may want to share their stories. The more diverse our perspectives, the richer our project will be. Mia makes a note, appreciating Clara's insight. That's a great idea. We should also prepare for the upcoming workshops and adapt our plans based on the feedback we received during the gathering. Ethan, still involved in organizing their resources, looks up from a pile of documents. What if some people still resist sharing? We can't control their reactions, he cautions, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. Mia meets his gaze, her resolve unwavering. We'll approach them with patience and understanding. Sometimes it just takes one person to speak up for others to feel safe sharing. The determination in her voice reassures the group as they begin to collectively brainstorm ways to engage with those who may be hesitant. Mia feels the camaraderie strengthening, knowing that together they will navigate whatever challenges lie ahead, united in their mission to honor their town's rich history. As they outline their approach, Mia feels a mix of excitement and apprehension about the potential reactions from the community. While we're expanding our outreach, we also need to consider how to address any pushback effectively, she states, her voice steady despite the uncertainty looming over them. Clara raises her hand, her expression thoughtful. What if we incorporate more storytelling into our outreach? If people see their own stories reflected, they might feel more inclined to participate, she suggests, her creativity shining through. Mia nods, feeling encouraged by the conversation. That's a solid idea. We could create small, informal sessions at local cafes where people can share their experiences in a friendly environment. Ethan looks somewhat skeptical. But what if we still encounter resistance? Some people may not want to open up, he points out, crossing his arms as he leans against the table. Mia takes a moment to reflect, appreciating his honesty. We need to remain flexible. If someone is unwilling to share in one setting, we can try a different approach later, she replies, her voice calm and reassuring. She notices the energy in the room adjust, the team warming to the idea of embracing various methods to engage. With each suggestion and collaborative thought, Mia feels herself grow more confident in her leadership, realizing that adaptability will be key as they navigate the differing levels of willingness in their community. As their discussions evolve, Mia feels a sense of clarity about the path they need to take. We can't shy away from the tough conversations. We need to be transparent about the purpose behind our project and how each person's story matters, she asserts, her conviction carrying weight as she speaks. There will always be people who resist change, but that doesn't mean we should stop trying to engage them, Clara adds, her eyes sparkling with determination. Mia glances at Ethan, who seems deep in thought. What if we highlight the positive aspects of sharing those stories, he suggests. If they see the benefits firsthand, they might be more willing to participate. Exactly. By showcasing the diverse experiences within our community, we can show that we're stronger together, Mia replies, feeling buoyed by the team's collaborative spirit. With each idea shared, the energy in the room transforms into something tangible. A commitment to tackle the complex layers of their history and foster understanding. Mia recognizes that through these discussions they are not only reinforcing their own identities, but also strengthening the collective resilience of the community, preparing them for the challenges and revelations that lay ahead. Mia takes a moment to soak in the enthusiasm radiating from her team, a palpable excitement igniting the room as they formulate their plans. She surveys the faces before her, each one reflecting eagerness and determination. Let's ensure we outline the risks here too. We need to prepare for any possible pushback we might encounter, she says, wanting to leave no stone unturned. Clara nods, her brow furrowing slightly. That's important. I think if we acknowledge concerns up front, it could help ease fears. Ethan leans forward, confidence growing. We can use examples from the gathering to illustrate how we've already created a positive impact. It shows progress and heritages worth protecting. Mia feels a surge of pride in the group dynamic. Great ideas. Let's create a presentation that addresses those concerns and showcases how we can address sensitive topics. We want everyone to feel part of this. As they begin brainstorming, Mia recognizes the strength in their collaboration. With each suggestion shared, she feels more empowered, aware that the lessons learned from past experiences are equipping them to face new challenges as they build stronger bonds and commitments to their shared mission. With their plans in motion, Mia feels a weight lift from her shoulders as the team finalizes their preparations. The buzz of excitement fills the bookshop, mingling with the scent of brewing coffee and freshly baked pastries that Clara had prepared for the meeting. Let's make sure we have everything we need for the first outreach, Mia says, smiling as she glances around the room, noticing the enthusiasm in her teammates' eyes. Clara and Ethan nod, busy finalizing the last touches on their presentation materials. I'll bring along a few artifacts for show and tell, Clara offers, her excitement palpable. Ethan speaks up, and I'll handle the logistics for securing that community space for our next gathering. Let's make it accessible. Mia feels the camaraderie strengthening, bolstered by their shared commitment to the mission. With our combined efforts, we'll make sure every voice is heard. That's what this is about. As they review their tasks one last time, Mia looks around the room, her heart swelling with pride. The collective spirit fuels her confidence, and she knows they are ready to navigate whatever challenges await them in their quest to honor their town's history and magic. Chapter 31, Resuming Daily Life. Mia enters the bookshop, the familiar creak of the door signaling her return to the space she cherishes. Sunlight filters through the windows, illuminating shelves filled with books and artifacts, remnants of the community's rich history. Though the shop feels comforting, Mia senses a shift within her, a confidence rooted in the growth she has experienced throughout their journey. As she tidies the front desk, her mind races with all that has transpired. Reflecting on the successes and challenges they've faced, Oliver walks in, a bright smile on his face. "I heard the gathering went wonderfully," he exclaims, his enthusiasm matching the energy Mia feels inside. Mia returns the smile, feeling a sense of pride swell within her. "It did. The community responded so well, and we made some incredible connections." She notices the way Oliver leans in closer, his interest piqued. "What's next for you all? Any plans for follow-up?" Mia takes a moment, embodying the leadership role she has grown into. "We're gearing up to continue the storytelling circles and engaging more residents. This effort is just beginning, and it's crucial to keep the momentum going." Oliver nods, impressed by her resolve. "I can't wait to see what you all accomplish next." Feeling a mix of excitement and determination, Mia knows they are on the brink of something significant, prepared to weave their history into the fabric of the future. As Mia begins organizing the shelves, she notices a small pile of letters tucked away in a corner of the desk. Curious, she retrieves them, recognizing the familiar handwriting of local residents who had reached out to share their own stories. Mia sets the letters aside and turns her attention to the tasks at hand, feeling the comforting rhythm of her daily routine. "The storytelling circles are a great idea," Oliver mentions, peering over her shoulder. "You're really connecting with the community." Mia smiles, appreciating his support. "It's important to keep the conversations going. Each story adds depth to our understanding of the town." She glances out the window, envisioning the faces of those who had shared their histories at the gathering, their expressions reflecting a blend of hope and nostalgia. As she continues to arrange the shelves, her thoughts drift to how their efforts could reshape the town's future. The thought energizes her, and she feels an undeniable connection to the legacy she is helping to preserve. With each book she places on the shelf, she silently vows to honor their stories, knowing that her leadership can inspire further exploration of their intertwined histories. As Mia organizes the letters, she can't help but feel a sense of connection to the past. She reads through a few of the letters, each filled with heartfelt stories and reflections about the town's history. One letter speaks of a family's connection to the Protector's Mark, detailing their traditions and experiences passed down through generations. Mia smiles, feeling the weight of history in her hands as she gently places the letter aside, knowing it should be shared during the next storytelling circle. Just then, Clara enters the shop, an excited fire in her eyes. "I've been speaking to more locals, and they're eager to engage. Some have even offered to share personal stories at the next gathering." Mia feels a rush of gratitude for Clara's enthusiasm. "That's fantastic news. Their perspectives will enrich our discussions," she replies, jotting down notes to integrate these contributions into their plans. As Clara describes her conversations, Mia senses the shift in energy within the community, the growing excitement embodying a commitment to revive their connections. "This is happening. We're making a real difference," Mia says, a smile creeping across her face, realizing that their collective efforts are beginning to reshape the town's narrative. Mia feels a flicker of anticipation as Clara shares a particularly touching story of an elder who spoke of the Protector's Mark during their last gathering. "That story moved me," Clara says, her eyes shining with inspiration. "If we can get more people to share that kind of emotion, it'll resonate with everyone." Mia nods, appreciating Clara's insight. "Exactly. It's about making those connections personal. If we can show how these artifacts impact lives directly, it might encourage even more participation." Their conversation is interrupted as Oliver walks in, holding a few more letters that have come in from residents. "Look what I found," he announces, his tone light despite the earlier discussions of serious topics. Mia takes a quick look at the letters, excited to see what new stories they might hold. This is perfect. We can weave these into the discussions too. She watches as Oliver hands the letters to Clara, who begins reading one aloud, capturing the group's attention once more. Mia feels a profound warmth swell in her chest, knowing that their discussions and shared experiences are transforming into a tapestry of connection that will strengthen their community ties. It's as if each letter, each story adds another layer to their collective narrative, grounding her resolve. As they continue to share stories, Mia watches the emotional responses on everyone's faces, each tale resonating deeply within the group. An elder recounts how the protector's mark had safeguarded their family during turbulent times, and the room listens in rapt attention. Mia notices Clara's expression filled with empathy, her eyes glistening as she connects with the elder's experiences. This is what we need, Mia thinks, her heart swelling with pride in the way they've cultivated this environment of trust and openness. Ethan, catching Mia's gaze, leans closer. I didn't expect this level of connection, he admits, his voice low. It's really powerful to hear how everyone's stories intertwine. Mia nods, acknowledging the shift in Ethan's perspective. It's amazing how sharing our histories brings us closer, doesn't it? With each story shared, Mia feels the warmth of community enveloping them, reinforcing her belief that every voice contributes to the healing process and the legacy they strive to protect. She realizes that their collective journey is not just about artifacts, but about nurturing relationships that will stand the test of time. As the stories wind down, Mia feels a mix of fulfillment and determination wash over her. The gathered townspeople, now warmed by shared experiences, begin discussing how they can preserve these precious stories for future generations. I think we should start a community archive, Clara suggests, her voice vibrant with enthusiasm. It'll allow us to document everything we uncover moving forward. Mia feels her heart soar at the idea. Yes! An archive would help us honor not only these artifacts, but also the stories behind them. We should involve everyone in the community, she replies, envisioning the potential impact. Ethan adds thoughtfully, it could also serve as a resource for the younger generations, encouraging them to learn about our history and magic. Mia looks around, noticing heads nodding in agreement, the team's energy fueling her belief in their shared mission. Inspired by their commitment, she steps forward, her voice steady and filled with purpose. Let's gather our notes and resources to kickstart this archive. Together, we can create a lasting legacy that reflects our collective journey. In that moment, Mia knows that their efforts are not just preserving history, they are forging a new path for the community. One built on collaboration, understanding, and shared ambition. Chapter 32, Addressing Unresolved Conflicts. Mia looks around the community hall, the buzz of energy still lingering from the previous gathering. The success they experienced has ignited a fire of possibility within the town, but she also senses unresolved tensions that can no longer be ignored. Determined to address these lingering conflicts, she gathers her team for an important discussion on how to move forward. We need to address any unresolved issues that surfaced during the last meeting, she states, meeting the eyes of her dedicated teammates. Clara nods, her brow furrowing with concern. I know some folks are still apprehensive about sharing their stories. I think we need to create a space where everyone feels safe to voice their fears. Mia appreciates Clara's insight, recognizing the necessity of encouraging open communication. Absolutely. Healing doesn't happen overnight, but we can facilitate that process by being transparent and respectful. As the team shares their thoughts, Mia notices the differences in their perspectives. Some members express a desire to confront the fears head-on, while others advocate for a gentler approach, reflecting the complexity of their mission. Feeling the weight of those dynamics, Mia takes a moment to consider their discussion. If we can find common ground, we can reinforce trust in each other and in our community, she proposes, eager to blend their ideas into a cohesive plan. This dialogue shapes the path ahead, and as they engage in conversation, Mia feels a sense of hope emerging, confident that addressing these issues will lead to growth and unity. Mia takes a moment to gather her thoughts as she listens to her team members voice their concerns and ideas. Let's think about how we can encourage more people to participate in sharing their stories, Clara suggests, her face lit with determination. Perhaps we can host smaller, informal sessions leading up to the next big event. It might make it less intimidating. That could work, Ethan agrees, nodding thoughtfully. We can provide a space for people to feel comfortable, but we also need to ensure that it feels inclusive, that everyone's voice matters. Mia feels a warmth in her chest as she observes their willingness to engage with one another. I love that idea. Creating smaller groups could foster deeper connections and allow for more honest conversations, she replies, feeling their collective energy surging. A few others voice their thoughts, some suggesting potential locations while others offer to help facilitate these smaller gatherings. As ideas begin to flow, Mia senses their unity solidifying, a shared commitment forming around the recognition of both the challenges and possibilities that lie ahead. She realizes that their willingness to adapt and collaborate brings out the strongest aspects of their community, shaping a path forward that embraces both their shared heritage and emerging connections. As the group begins to solidify their plans, Mia notices a shift in the dynamics of the room. Ethan seems more engaged, leaning forward in his chair, a newfound confidence illuminating his features. If we focus on tying the stories to the younger generation, we can help them value our history more, he suggests, his voice stronger than before. Clara glances at him, excitement sparking in her eyes. That's a fantastic way to create a connection. We could even involve local schools, integrating history lessons within the community projects. Mia feels a wave of pride at how their ideas are expanding. Yes, engaging the youth could give them a sense of ownership over their heritage, she agrees, a smile breaking across her face. However, she also senses the reservations of a few team members who remain concerned about the potential difficulties. What if they don't care? One voice murmurs from the back of the room. Then we'll show them why it matters, Mia responds, her determination clear. We have to approach this with patience and persistence. If we can share how these stories are relevant, we can inspire them to participate. Her words hang in the air, and gradually the doubts begin to fade as the group rallies around her vision. Mia recognizes that their prior conversations have helped foster a culture of collaboration and shared responsibility, shaping a foundation for their collective efforts moving forward. Mia feels a sense of urgency as the conversation continues to unfold, the excitement palpable. Let's pinpoint the stories we think would resonate most with the younger generation, she suggests, eager to guide the focus back to their mission. Clara leans over the table, flipping through their notes. What about the ritual stories? Kids love a bit of mystery and magic. If we frame it that way, it could capture their attention. Definitely, Mia agrees, feeling their collective energy fueling her enthusiasm. We can create engaging presentations that highlight the fun and magical aspects of our history, making it relatable. Ethan raises his hand, looking thoughtful. And we must consider how to present it in schools. Some teachers might be skeptical about incorporating local folklore into their curriculum. We'll need to be prepared for those conversations, Mia replies, her mind racing with strategies. If we can articulate the importance of these stories in shaping community values, they may be more open to it. Seeing the nods of agreement around the table fills her with hope. They are weaving together their diverse skills and insights, driving their mission forward while embracing the rich heritage they aim to preserve. Mia understands that adapting their plans will be critical, helping them lay the groundwork for future engagements and ensuring that everyone feels connected to the stories they will share. As the energy in the room builds, Mia glances around at her team, pride swelling in her chest at their dedication. Let's create a timeline for our outreach efforts, she suggests, drawing out a large sheet of paper from the stack of supplies. Clara eagerly jumps in. We can mark the day we reach out to local schools, the start of our workshops, and any community events we plan. This will keep us organized. Ethan leans over the paper, his confidence evident as he adds, and we should include deadlines for gathering feedback from residents after each event. It'll help us gauge our progress and make adjustments. Mia feels a sense of fulfillment wash over her as they work together, their ideas flowing seamlessly. Exactly. We need to remain flexible and responsive to the community's needs. This timeline will help us stay accountable. Engaged in the task, they begin to fill in key dates and goals, the collaborative energy igniting their excitement for the journey ahead. In this moment, Mia recognizes not only the importance of their mission, but also how their teamwork has strengthened their resolve to connect with the community, setting up a foundation for the legacy they aim to preserve. With the timeline complete, Mia steps back to admire their work, feeling a surge of accomplishment wash over her. The paper is filled with key dates and tasks, a visual representation of their commitment to the community and their shared history. Now we have a clear plan to follow, she says, looking at her teammates with pride. Let's be proactive and make sure we stick to these timelines. Ethan grins, his earlier doubts fading into determination. I feel more confident about this now. We're really building something, Clara adds excitedly, and we can adjust as we go. If something isn't working, we'll have a solid framework to pivot from. Mia nods, feeling buoyed by their shared enthusiasm. Absolutely. This is just the beginning, and together we can inspire real change. She glances around the room, noticing how their discussions have sparked a renewed energy in everyone. The thought of engaging with their community fuels her passion as they prepare to move forward, ready to embrace the challenges ahead while navigating the complexities of their mission. Chapter 33, A New Beginning. Mia stands at the entrance of the bookshop, a sense of fulfillment washing over her as she reflects on the journey they have embarked upon. The once familiar space now feels charged with new energy, a testament to the conversations and connections they've nurtured within the community. Today is the day they'll launch the first of their storytelling circles, an idea born from the gathering's success. As she arranges the last of the chairs in the cozy reading area, a gentle breeze ruffles the pages of the books nearby, as if the very spirit of the town is encouraging them forward. Clara arrives, carrying a stack of the flyers they prepared to distribute, her face lit with excitement. "Are you ready for this?" she asks, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Mia turns to her, feeling a rush of determination. More than ready. This will be the start of something important. The realization settles in her heart, knowing that they're not just hosting events, but building a community anchored in shared stories and heritage. As the first participants filter into the bookshop, Mia feels her heart race with a blend of excitement and nerves. She greets familiar faces with warm smiles, sensing their eagerness to engage and share stories. The atmosphere buzzes with anticipation, a testament to the collective history they are eager to explore. Clara takes her place at the welcome table, handing out flyers and guiding newcomers to their seats. "I can't believe how many people have shown up," she exclaims, her joy radiating throughout the room. Mia scans the crowd, noticing both old friends and new faces, each person representing a thread in the tapestry of the community. Their presence solidifies the importance of the day ahead, and Mia feels more anchored in her purpose. "Let's make sure everyone knows they're welcome to share," she says to Clara, eager to ensure the space feels inclusive. As the chatter grows around her, she feels the weight of their mission settle comfortably on her shoulders. The commitment to their shared legacy is palpable, and she knows that today is just the beginning of a meaningful journey together. As the workshop begins, Mia takes her place at the front, ready to lead the group in a discussion about the artifacts they have been studying. She feels the anticipation in the air, the audience eager and attentive, reflecting the shared commitment to uncovering their history. "This is a space for all of us to connect with one another and our past," she states, her voice strong and inviting. "Every story shared is a piece of the larger narrative we're working to preserve." Leo, seated among the attendees, raises an eyebrow but remains silent, allowing Mia a moment to establish her authority. The crowd begins to murmur in agreement, and Mia feels a sense of empowerment wash over her as she embraces the importance of the gathering. Clara encourages people to begin sharing their own stories, and Mia watches as hands go up, voices eager to contribute. Each story adds depth to their understanding, making the connections to their shared heritage feel tangible and alive. In this moment, Mia realizes that their combined efforts not only enhance their knowledge, but also create a stronger community, one that is ready to face the future together. As the stories begin to unfold, a deeper sense of connection fills the room. Mia listens intently, her heart swelling as each attendee shares a piece of their history, detailing personal experiences that intertwine with the community's legacy. Several elders recount memories of the Protector's Mark, revealing how it influenced their lives and kept traditions alive. One man speaks of the festivals of his youth, where the mark was celebrated as a symbol of unity. "We believed in the strength that came from honoring our past," he shares, his voice filled with emotion. Mia feels the room respond to the gravity of his words, the collective respect for their shared heritage palpable. Clara leans over to Mia, her expression one of amazement. "It's incredible to see everyone opening up like this. They're connecting in ways I never expected," she whispers, her enthusiasm contagious. Mia nods, realizing how important these moments are for fostering understanding within the community. Each story shared reinforces the idea that their journey is a path toward healing and recognition, solidifying the purpose of their efforts. In this moment, Mia knows that they are not just uncovering artifacts, they are igniting a movement that honors their history and creates a brighter future for the entire community. As the discussions continue, Mia notices the palpable shift in the room, a sense of hope and unity that hadn't been there before. Townsfolk are engaged, sharing more stories than she anticipated, and the warmth of their connection weaves through the gathering like a familiar melody. "Perhaps we should document these stories," one of the older women suggests, her voice steady with conviction. "It would be invaluable for future generations." Mia's heart swells at the idea, feeling the weight of her mission envelop her with purpose. "Absolutely. Capturing these tales can enrich our community archive and ensure that no story is ever forgotten," she responds, eager to capitalize on the enthusiasm surrounding them. The crowd buzzes with energy, inspired by the possibility of preserving their shared history. Clara furthers the conversation, stating, "We should also consider how to engage the younger residents. They need to see the importance of these stories in their own lives." Mia nods, recognizing the truth in her words. Knowing that their efforts will empower the next generation to appreciate their roots fills her with excitement and determination. In this moment, she sees how their collective commitment to creating a lasting legacy is shaping the future of their community, ready to embrace any challenges that lie ahead with unity and strength. As the gathering comes to a close, Mia surveys the room, a warm sense of accomplishment washing over her. The atmosphere is filled with the sounds of laughter and conversation as townspeople exchange contact information and promise to share more stories in the future. "Thank you all for your openness and willingness to engage," she says, her voice resonating with sincerity. "Today has shown us the power of our connections and the importance of our history." Clara leans over, a smile breaking across her face. "You really brought everyone together, Mia. It's incredible to see how far we've come." Mia nods, feeling a deep sense of pride in their collective mission. It's our commitment to each other and our history that has made this possible. As the last of the attendees linger to chat, Mia feels a rush of energy among the group, renewed friendships strengthening the community fabric. In this moment, she recognizes that their efforts have not only preserved important stories, but also ignited a spark for future adventures and challenges, propelling them into a brighter, unified future.